And we are live. Hello everyone, we are live. Welcome to the spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate it. And this is another surprise live, and here we go. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that. Anywhere in the galaxy as well. Coming to you from the spaceship studios from a galaxy far, far away. And we have some interesting stuff to talk about, to trials, to UFOs, aliens, and also some interesting things on robots and other random things that can be brought up. If there is some sort of a stream problem that prolongs the stream, a phone live most likely will happen if it's not resolved. And right now we switching over to the other screen so people could see me. Alright, and hello everyone, it's me, Alien. And we are now doing this live, here we are, and because today there is the Karen Reed trial, and there is a lot of interesting cringe in the chat. It was interesting seeing different people's perspectives, but also a lot of people were fighting, a lot of people were angry. And happy birthday to Rebecca. It's her birthday today, so wish Rebecca happy birthday. And hello everybody coming in. I see y'all. I'm going to put this over here so I can see what's going on. Alright, so hello everybody. Hello Cecil. Hello Gloria and Sharon. And Cecil was not here actually. But I do see hello Dwayne of good luck to you, sir. And yes, happy birthday, Rebecca. It is Rebecca's birthday. Yes. You're welcome, Leon. Hello, Miranda. Great to see you here. You're watching a rally, but still here. Well, thank you, Miranda, for being here with me and through the foxholes and the trenches. Thank you, Miranda, for sticking with me through all the trials and tribulations. I appreciate it. And I came in to read trial trolling. Okay. And if there's some prolonged issue, I will do the phone live if this stream fails completely. Alright, so what I do is, as I always do, let's do this. Alright, and I will now see about doing this game while at the same time talking about the trials and different things I talk about at the same time. What this does is it's part of the stream, and it gives maybe some other people some time to come here that might not be here right now at the moment. But as I said, we will do this if it doesn't work out, but we'll do this for now. So Karen Reed was there today, and you had this witness that was on, and oh, there's Wayne. And so basically with the Karen Reed trial, well, Dwayne is right there, so I might want to address that. So Dwayne says, I pick her up from the airport every Tuesday, and we're not married. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm 65, she's 63, but we support Alien Spaceship. He's a wise young man. Yes, Sharon is his girlfriend, correct. And I appreciate both of you. Although you're not married, you all seem like a very lovely couple, as if you all were married, although technically not married. As I said, a lot of marriages are going downhill everywhere, and people hate each other in marriages. So that's really great that you're able to, have someone you care about and get along with. So thanks, Dwayne. All right. For being here and supporting the spaceship. Alright, let's see how this goes, and if something doesn't go right, we can just go to the other thing. Alright, there we go. So the pirate game. Alright. I said if something doesn't go right or causes a problem, we'll just go to other stuff we have on board. Alright. So yeah, that's great, Dwayne, that y'all are together and y'all are happy. And Yeah, so another day of Karen Reed, and the trial trolling was extremely intense today. Very intense today. And also, yeah, so basically, anyway. So basically, we had a lot of trial trolling today that happened with the different groups. Hello, Joyce, good to see you. Alright, switching over to the other screen. Alright, here we go. Alright. Into the pirate world. Alright. Hello, Joyce. Shout out to you. And Glenn. Shout out to you. And Glenn. Yeah, shout out to 666 Sorrow. He's a cool dude. So, basically, what I do is she says, Alien, how do you do triangulate and calibrate your spaceship rocket? You use anti-alien freeze, like antifreeze for coolant from 666 Sorrow. Yes, okay, so basically what I do is it's all from the Space Temu shop. That's where it's from. Because us aliens use things from the Space Temu store. And we use all those things, but more of a different type of substance. We have antifreeze and stuff like that, but it's more from a different substance from these asteroids that we mine. Because there's a lot of precious metals and things to mine on there, but there's also other substances to mine on there as well. And a lot of times you could use a zapping device that can fix that stuff pretty quickly, but other things aliens have is we have these, alien antifreeze, which is this glowing green stuff, also some blue stuff, and also another advanced technologies that fix those issues. So yeah, so we have some advanced laser technology to deal with that stuff, and also we have the more older technology that is mined from different asteroids and things for antifreeze and stuff like that, different mechanics. And you have to have the special types of aliens to, these purple aliens that kind of look like octopuses. They deal with cars and stuff and fixing and repairing them. So no, the purple aliens are mechanics. A lot of them are good mechanics, and a lot of the stuff is mined from other asteroids. And basically, that is how we deal with that stuff. And yeah, shout out to 666. It's a very good question from him. A very cool dude. Today he was triggered because people are making fun of the accents. And, I don't think it's right to make fun of people's accents. I don't mind these some of these roasting of some of the witnesses in certain situations. But, accents universally, people have them. I'm not for putting that down. So, yeah, it was, he was very triggered because of the Karen Reed chat. The Karen Reed chat can give people a bad day. And also, Miranda says, normally cursed is really cool. I don't know what was wrong the other day. He doesn't ever normally talk like that. I don't know if something was wrong. Yeah, shout out to Zero. He's a cool dude. He never did anything to me. Some have maybe said that he was a little bit off his rocker, maybe, but I never, he was always fine to me. A very cool dude, but I think that, yeah, he has a different interpretation about religion. He doesn't necessarily not believe in God. He does believe there's something there, but he's agnostic, and he got triggered, and he doesn't usually act like that. And I think that yawning can be contagious. And I think if everybody, if people could act calm, like if he and others can act calm, and it may be the other person can get calm. So I think that would help if there's an environment of people being calmer also. But yeah, I don't understand exactly what happened with that. Yes, I agree. He may have been having a bad day. Right. I agree, Miranda. Yes. All right, let's go see Johnny Depp. He's on this island. Y'all pranking each other for fun. That's awesome. Fantastic. Yeah, so Miranda, maybe he was having a bad day or something, because he usually doesn't act like that. And but Miranda, I want to also congratulate you. I'm not against Zero, and I wasn't completely paying attention to what was going on, but I saw what was going on. But I do. I'm glad that you defend. Miranda says that makes sense. It was a discussion between him and Steve, and I rudely got in it. Well, Miranda, I will say though, I'm glad that you defend us, self, and other people. That's a good trait in a way, and I don't think it's anyone's fault either. And I do think with great power comes great responsibility. But I do appreciate your zealousness to defend the spaceship. All right, this is where Johnny Depp is. Exactly, Leon. They're trying to make a show out of it. And Miranda, I'm glad you defend God and you defend us. And also, I think at the same time, it's also good to also people could find a, which I'm not saying he wasn't either. Like he wasn't. He was also being triggered. But I think that like when someone yawns, everybody yawns. So these different actions can become contagious. Because I've had conversations with him before when he called into my show about this stuff, and it went well. But as I said, look, things can get heated, all right. But it's Miranda, you're okay. I'm glad that you're here. As I said, I'm glad that you stick up for the spaceship. You don't just like sit there. Everybody defends a spaceship here, but I'm saying like I do appreciate your zealousness and your passion to defend the spaceship. Yes, his soul does matter. His soul does matter, absolutely. And we're gonna make this so people could see it. There you go, Joyce. There he is right there. He's playing some cards. Yeah, so that is Captain Jack Sparrow playing some cards. Miranda says, in the alien world, I'm learning to socialize with beings better than me. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a learning process. It's all good. Yeah, shout out to Miranda. Cool people. Also, we have um, that lady will say. You're welcome, Joyce. You're welcome. It went out for a second, but I think I'm back now. All right. Yeah, you're welcome, Joyce. Okay. All right. And all right, so basically we have that. All right, so here I am. So basically, that was that was Johnny Depp. Shout out to Johnny Depp. And that's the part where we showing Joyce where Johnny Depp is. Yeah, scared. All right. I'm going to try to launch this thing again, but we're going to stay here. Exactly. So basically with yawning, it can become contagious. So Zero, buddy, there you are. I hope today, if I know yes, let's do this. All right, hello Moki, good to see you. Hello there. Yeah, I know everything starts to buffer. Yeah, it's been doing that, off and on. I'm seeing how the stream goes to see if it causes a problem or not. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, hello Zero, glad to see you. Glad to see you. And also, yeah. So basically, I think that like yawning can be something contagious, and certain actions can be contagious. So if someone's calm, someone else might become calm. And I think that it is, when you want someone else to see your opinion, it's good when your friends are on the same side. It's more likely for people to see the other point of view. And so Karen Reed today, there's also, we'll talk about the robots and aliens and stuff too. So basically with the Karen Reed, they had like a witness, and he had an accent from like from like Scotland or something, or somewhere like that. And although I should know, but it is what it is. All right, Zero, go for it. You put it in the chat. And basically, yeah. So we had that witness talk, and a lot of people didn't think the witness was reliable. Right. Yeah, a lot of people didn't think that it was reliable. And a lot of people are being kind of biased, and people are kind of being upset and triggered about it. And then you had other groups that didn't really carry their way, and then people the whole time are debating and disputing about the Karen Reed trial. And he was given his analysis, and then you had cross examination, stuff like that. And then there's a break, and always when they have a break, you get the cameras on the fan. Exactly, Gloria. You can have friends with different opinions. Absolutely. Right, Moki. And Moki, for instance, she believes he was a great witness. But they did the Law and Crime did a test. They did like a quiz, and the majority of people thought he was not a reliable witness. But as I said, Moki, I'm starting to see the other side about a lot of people with Karen Reed. I think, regardless if she's innocent or guilty, is that a lot of people have this cult following about Karen Reed, and they seem to be idolizing her. And I don't mind someone saying, like, say she's not guilty or she didn't, What I think personally is she a doctor or a scientist or something, or did something great. People are just going and praising her for existing. So people will try to go and be like, she wasn't like a doctor or something. She was being drunk, irresponsible, and not really being productive and a member of society. And she may have accidentally hit somebody and deleted them. So very good perspectives. Nice talks with GSI8. G and the other people was very good conversation. That one trial in Memphis has a juror from my town. Oh, interesting. I'm not really watching it. I'm watching both cop trials. Anyway, lock her up. There's no trials on Law and Crime that I'm aware of. It's on other channels, Moki. And another thing to take into consideration is that you have a situation where you have Karen Reed, and she's being kind of idolized, and kind of like for no reason. It's a little bit, odd if she's guilty or innocent. And also then Karen, if I recall correctly, if it was Karen's name, went up to the stand, and she kind of has like this like intense stare to her because of maybe MS or something she has, and she was giving her testimony, and Moki thought it was well, and also GSI did not think she was lying. She wouldn't have any reason to think she was lying, so that is something that they thought, and a lot of people in the chat didn't like the testimony and were showing some videos of Karen Reed. So that was something interesting that they were doing today, with the trial. It was, that other witness looks a lot like, it was not Karen Reed. It was another person on the stand. Maybe I forgot her name for a second. I know her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. It wasn't Karen on the stand. It was someone else. It was the other lady. The names have kind of slipped my mind for some reason. But I remember it earlier, like clear as day. And, she was just talking about her experience. She had a few drinks and talking about they're looking for, I think his name's John, and, where he was in the snow. So it was interesting, but as I said, people... Alright, so basically, in this situation with Karen Reed, so Gloria says she's just trolling it. And also Sharon says Karen Reed loves She's the Only trial and has attention, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And also True Crime says in the trial she's referring to that in the Tennessee will convict. Okay, so you believe that Tennessee will convict it. And also Dwayne says, I live in downtown Detroit. I can't watch the M.A. Schuer trial. Too painful. Shoot in the back of his head. No. Yeah, a lot of trials are very, heartbreaking. Absolutely. Michigan and Tennessee. Yeah. And then you have Moki said, yeah, she does. So that's, disputable. Right, a lot of the trials can be very heartbreaking, and also you have, so I want to view the trials unbiasedly, but at the same time, cannot deny the cult following Karen Reed has. I think that it's a little bit strange that they do that, where they treat her like she won a Nobel Peace Prize or something, and she just got drunk and may have hit somebody, and that's it. Remember G and I were talking about that, so I don't understand the cult following, but, is she guilty or innocent? As I said, burden of proof, I don't really see it, but then again, there's a lot of signs that goes in both directions. All right. And, yeah, so I think that there's fine people on both sides, but there's people, as I said in the chat, that are being toxic, they're being annoying, and that is something that I completely, condemn. I want people to be peaceful and go with each other in the chats. Now, I will say that when the Kohberger trial, when that happens, I think there'll be more unity with the Kohberger trial, because I think more people think that she's guilty. Well, he's guilty. And also, the reason why our trials are ending early is because they're all on the East Coast. The Karen Reed's in the East Coast. If Karen Reed was in Idaho, it would still be on right now because of the different time zones. They are mean, Moki. They are mean. Absolutely. Well, true crime, that's because of... Yeah, Miranda, it's something on my end. It's not your end. But, yeah, so basically what happened was a lot of people in the chat could be mean. Trials go, in these types of situations because cause a lot of people are being biased. And a lot of people are causing division with this trial. So, yeah, it's a very big mess right now. All right, let's see. Let's go to... All right. So like basically to sum up the Karen Reed, it's still early in the trial. There's a lot of bias and a lot of emotions on both sides. You have people that are fighting and being mean in the chat. You have a cult following for Karen Reed. Also, there may not be the burden of proof exactly that she did it, but she wasn't like the greatest person on earth. She was like a drunken person that wasn't really being responsible, and she may have done it. There's evidence why she did it. And you had some witness. You had the witness today with the... All right. So basically, what happens is you have and Miranda's saying that, oh, good gravy, not surprised. Trolls are going hard all over town. People share their anger now through the keyboards like wild. Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you have these people that are angry and they're in their basement and they're being saggy and they go and bully people. I see it all the time, all over YouTube. I see people bullying all the time all over YouTube. And I've heard stories and stuff about it, and I've experienced it myself on my stream. So yeah, Miranda, they can't just go and do a stream. They have to go and bully other people. And Moki says they were drunk and fighting, and she backed into him, but didn't mean to delete him. It's really that very simple. Exactly. And, right, Moki. And I think that people could get a hive mind, and that's what explains why a lot of people are thinking that she's completely innocent without any question. And Moki was saying a 40-person conspiracy is absurd in her opinion. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is absurd. And and also something GSI pointed out is that what is the likelihood of her hitting him and then the conspiracy happens the same day? Those two things happening at the same time, where she gets into an accident with him and the same time they're doing a conspiracy. The timing would be incredible. That they chose it to do it like that under those circumstances. Most people would assume that he was sleeping on someone else's house. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. All right. And yeah, so very good point, Moki. These people, a lot of people believe these, different things. These strange things. I believe in conspiracy theories, and I believe there could be corruption, but it is far-fetched if it would be on that scale. As I said, I have an open mind. I don't know for certain, but as I said, one thing that turns me off about the Karen Reed thing is the cult, like the people with the signs and stuff. I mean, she didn't do nothing that great. I don't really understand what the herd mentality is. It's like people buying toilet paper, you know, when some pandemic happens, or a plandemic happens, I should say. All right. So that is basically the Karen Reed situation, and had the different witnesses talk. It was very, compelling. All right, Moki says, did they need to reinvent Simon Says to Moki Says? If she saw him go into the house, why wasn't she telling the cops at the scene? Right. Okay, Dwayne, understood. Understood, Dwayne. I know. It is, as I said, if it keeps having a problem, I'll switch to the phone live, but it seems like it's hanging in there, but it's not hanging in there. But thank you, Dwayne, for the feedback. And I hope that it goes well with your, picking up Sharon and your son and all. All right. Hello, Matt. Mister, good to see you, buddy. If Americans switch bidets, it would be better. Scared. Thanks, Sharon. Thank you. Yeah, plandemic. All right. So, see how this goes. If we have... Hello, Tom Farrell. Good to see you. All right, Dwayne. A good night to you, sir. Tom says... Hello, Lynn. Good to see you. And... Hello, Tom. Tom says, no matter which side a person is on, no matter what side a person is on, there is no need to add an insult to a comment suggesting the person lacks faith and strength of their position. Right. Exactly. Read that again. No matter which side a person is on, there is no need to add insults to a comment. An insult suggests the person lacks faith in the strength of their position. All right. All right. So you have these people acting like children, not acting mature. And you have people that are really not defending their position properly. It is very cringe. Very cringe. And shout out to the people coming in. So thank you, Tom. It's a good example. And regardless if she's guilty or innocent, I think that the cult following of Karen Reed is odd. And the evidence coming out is very propelling. It really is. Alright, prepare for some possible buffering that might occur when I try to read this. If it buffers, I'll go and switch it off. Alright, here we go. Karen Reed had chilling freakout after her cop boyfriend John O'Keefe's deletion. Alright, here we go. Well, what I meant to, I was gonna say hello, but I'll say hi. Hi, Shecky. Good to see you, buddy. She's saying bye to Dwayne. That's what happened. All right. So hello, Shaki. Good to see you, buddy. Yes, it will be, Moki. It will be. That'll be great when that finally happens. All right, that's good true crime. That's good true crime. So true crime. Have you been keeping up with the Karen Reed case? I was curious. If I talk too fast or something, let me know. If I'm talking too fast, I'll slow down. All right, here we go. A crazed Karen Reed uttered a chilling question before she and two others found her Boston cop boyfriend in the snow, according to testimony from a key witness Tuesday. Did I hit him? Reed kept asking, and her friend Jennifer McCobb recalled jurors' sensational murder. Could I have hit him? Hello, Linda. Oh, it's great to see you, friend. I haven't seen you in a while. Great to see you. Reed, 45, is on trial for allegedly backing into Boston police officer John O'Keefe, 46, with her Lexus SUV after a night of drinking and then leaving him to be deleted as a snowstorm approached. McCobb testified Dedham, Mass. Courtroom that she spoke to a hysterical Reed 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022. And she told her pal that she'd gotten into a fight with O'Keefe the night before and she didn't know where he was. McCabe, Reed, and a third woman, Carrie Roberts, drove together to a home in nearby Canton where Reed claims to have dropped O'Keefe off the night before for a party his cop friend Brian Albert was hosting. That's what courage is about, true crime. It's good to stand firm in your opinion. Because, that's what courage is all about. That's what, different people have done throughout history. And it's in many people could be wrong and one person could be right. Oh, understood, Moki. Understood. Absolutely. Both on phone to McCabe on the drive over to the house at 34 Fairview Road, and erratic Reed kept asking, did I hit him? And could I have hit him? McCabe recalled. Despite whiteout conditions because of the snowstorm, when the trio pulled up, Reed yelled, there he is, let me out, McCabe said. There's this thing popping up. All right. All right, here we go. But McCabe said she couldn't see O'Keefe because it was still dark and there was nothing but snow everywhere. Roberts turned to McCabe and said, Reed is Bat's shield crazy, McCabe testified. She recalled how Reed went to a spot in the snow and started removing the snow from John's face. I was frozen, McCabe said. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there. I read the chat. It's very difficult, but I read the chat. She described how Reed was strangling O'Keefe's body, wiping snow off him and screaming. It was him, but just like frozen, McCabe, her voice breaking at the same time. Hey, Alien, thanks for stream. I wanted to say hello in chat watching the trial. Oh. Well, thank you, Linda. I always appreciate you here with us as we review the trial topics. Very cool. I know, exactly. Exactly. There's a lot of questions, more questions than answers in these situations. Right? Even still, his friends tried to revive O'Keefe with CPR as they waited for an ambulance to arrive. McCabe Googled how long to die in cold around 6:30 a.m. The morning prosecutors argued claim she did so at Reed's request. Yeah, that is correct. And Moki said Sharon because they were fighting. Yeah, Sharon. Then something from the prosecution. They're saying how she was having a fight with him and she hit him with the car on purpose because she was angry with him. But I don't really know if that's true or not. It was probably an accident. But still, yes, they were having a fight, and Karen Reed was seen to be very jealous and angry with him. But maybe they weren't fighting. Maybe it was something just from the prosecution. If you don't believe they were fighting, that's fine. Should I have beers of the Knights game tonight? In my opinion, yes. Scared. But we all have to be careful and make sure we do not go into Karen Reed level of madness. But Reed's team has argued, let's listen to this. Reed's team has argued that the search was actually carried out hours earlier, around 2:30 a.m., when McCabe and Reed weren't together. Reed's team says McCabe played a key role in law enforcement cover-up against her. They claim she is a scapegoat, and O'Keefe was actually deleted in a fight with his pals at Albert's house. McCabe also testified for 3 days at Reed's first trial last year. She claimed that when they found O'Keefe's body, Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Ah, okay. Nice. Scared. Alright, so there you go. You have some update. Yeah, don't go anywhere, Moki. You know, I don't want to have to watch the Moki trial. Although it'll give chat something to do, it's still. I'd rather you here with us. Scared. All right, let's try this one and let's see how it goes with the stream and everything. The stream and everything else. All right. Karen Reed retrial update, week 1.5. The battle of the dueling experts goes to the defense. One thing that struck me, if you'll pardon the phrasing, if that phrasing it that way in a motor vehicle homicide case. Her name was Jean. Okay, her name was Jean. All right. That was the name. I saw Lauren the other day. She said hello in the trial chat for a second. I did talk to her. She's doing okay, but she's very busy. Yeah, she's been to Karen Reed. Yes. One thing that struck me, if you'll pardon the phrasing, if that way in a motor vehicle homicide case, watching the HBO Max Doctorus, A Body of the Snow, Karen Reed case, like most, every trial of any kind comes down to whom you believe, which is hard enough to do when the evidence consists of something we can all relate to: drinking and driving, a fight, burglary, a marriage breakup, and so on. Those are common life experiences where we've all witnessed, but sorting fact from fiction, nevertheless. When the evidence presented is coming from witness declared experts by courts, it can be extremely difficult. Now take two experts to the same field, reaching different conclusions about the topic none of us normies can comprehend. And it becomes damned near impossible to know which one to believe. The camp that came up to the documentary, just trying to determine what time Gene McCobb Googled how long to die in cold, but how long to die in cold. I haven't seen it either, Linda. Thanks for the information. Which is crucial to the timelines of both prosecution and defense. Is a nightmare when each side puts their own experts on the stand and they reach two completely different conclusions, especially when it's something so incomprehensibly technical as a phone data retrieval. They might as well have been Geordie Data talking about the impulse power on the Enterprise for all the nerd speak jargon they spewed. Now that we're into Commonwealth versus Karen Reed 2, the retrialing we're revisiting two of the experts from the first trial in the series. The first witness called by defense, who's an expert on accident reconstruction and a DIY canon enthusiast, Dr. Daniel Wolf, the crash daddy who turned a million true crime obsessed wine moms into slip and slides. Scared. They looks like they roasted the chat, and they roasted the law and crime. They roasted everybody just now. So this article roasted everybody, all the ladies. Scared. He was in court to start the week as part of a voir dire, which is an examination of a witness without the jury to see if they're qualified to testify. The issue with Wolf is that it was revealed that his crash reconstruction company, ARCCA, was in fact paid $28,000 by the defense team for his testimony in the first trial, and he wasn't just an independent witness who investigated this case on behalf of DOG. ARCA is coming in. Scared. To the people convicted of Reed's guilt, ADA Hank Brennan's examination of Wolf was masterclass of legal maneuvering. To me, though, it was more of a masterclass in nitpickery of semantic, like debating what the meaning of is except focused on how many times he had talked to the defense lawyers for 5, whether they spoke for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, whatever the text exchange conversation. Why they use Signal for text, which is discussion they've been having at the Pentagon, and why Wolf deletes his old ones, whether Wolf testifying 18 times in the past means he was lying when he said he's testified about 20 times. All right, Moki, understood. I guess that's so. The documentary is the red pill content where you'll eventually learn to hate Karen Reed. Scared. And the pettiest of all, whether Wolf, an attorney, he referred to as Alan, our friends, are just friendly, and asked, "What would you call me?" Which the internet had a field day with. Where all that is leading, only time will tell, because then it was time to put another prosecution witness on the stand. Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's witness on the cell phone data. I'll try to stick to highlights since his testimony was less like Star Trek, TNG, technobabble, and more like Einstein's quantum theory about the relativity. Literally, he talked in depth about how iPhones operate off three separate clocks, all keeping different times, but instead a man gets on a spaceship and travels near the speed of light carrying a clock. Scared. The thought experiments and involved John O'Keefe's use of the Waze app. Tom said she isn't really very likable. She should stop doing any sort of interviews. Exactly. And I will say what Dwayne said, and I will say there could be exceptions, all right? But basically, it's best not to do a documentary about something when you're in a trial. And she seems so, like, triggered. You know, she seems so triggered. She seemed like she wanted some comfort. You know, so wasn't really a great idea either. I mean, I just pity some manager of Shake Shack who answered a summons for jury duty and has to sort all the gobbled gook out for the next 2+ months. Miranda says, "I agree. I saw that with Lori Dumbbell." Those don't help. Exactly. I saw Lori Dumbbell's interview also in her saggy Timu basement prison face. I saw that. Exactly. Moki says, "I can see people thinking not guilty because of investigation, but to put on pink hat and scream, 'I love you, Karen,' is weird to me." Oh, God. I gotta show y'all some cringe. Hold on. Wait a minute. Alright. Turbulence could happen. Just be prepared. I was about to put Google in Google. That doesn't make any sense. Alright, so Karen Reed fans. Miranda said, "I can only imagine they get all excited. They will be famous on TV for all the wrong reasons." Yes. Scared. Alright. I'll take myself out for a second. Or, yeah, well, y'all gotta see this. Scared. And people thought I was crazy. So look at these people. They got their fists up in the air. Look at these. Look at these clowns. Yeah, free Karen Reed. And you have a soy boy there. You got like a Wojak there with a soy jack with his sign up. You got real men wearing pink. And you got them there again. Look at they're just filming everything. And then you got this. That's their Karen Reed signs. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? You feel me? Like, what are we doing here? I understand there's no circumstantial evidence and stuff here, and maybe she's innocent, but come on, man. What are we doing? Did she win a Nobel Peace Prize? Was she a champion of civil rights? Was she a champion of women's rights? Did she preach the gospel? Did she save a cat from a tree? Did she save a Temu order from being stolen? She just got drunk at a bar, probably deleted her boyfriend. Maybe she didn't. Maybe it was something else. But she was not the OG, like me. Just I'm an alien OG, but I say it also as a humorous thing. And True Crime says high-profile cases always has groupies. And True Crime, there's a case you're reviewing. I was watching in your stream with the missing child, and yeah, something like that I think is reasonable. It depends on the situation. It does. But this person is like, I don't think this is necessary. I'm sure Tom is cringing at what I'm showing right now. Oh my god, look at this. Lord. Mofos be tap dancing like they're getting paid for it now. Scared. It's like, how much money did you get? And then you have Billy Wagner has a hearing tomorrow in Pike County. Ah, okay, good. Look at these people. You got more. Stop Canton cover-up. Yeah, the circus is year-round, Miranda. The circus is year-round. The circus is year-round. I'm seeing all these sheeple and NPCs having a big feast, a big party, and a festival. I think I'm about to frown. Who let all the clowns in? Who let all the clowns in town? I think all these people had nothing to do in the basement. They got their bullhorn and screamed and hollered and started to make a sound. Nothing wrong for saying she's not guilty. That may be true. But look, all these Karens. Is this Taming of the Shrew? They think that they mean something, but no one wants to go and look at all of you. The Wagner trial was off the charts. I didn't see that trial. I don't think I saw the trial. So I take your word for it. Listen to the jury. You see that? You see the Karen right there? Listen to the jury. Wrap this up with a bow on top. Pure fury. And then you got this one right here. Free Karen Reed. You got all the Karens together wanting to free another Karen. You got people with a patriot flag. I mean, what is this? Some kind of a political movement? What's going on here? And you got our majestic fan. Our majestic fan that... Oh, we used to talk to this fan for hours when we would be in the courtroom stream, and it would just be on the fan for a long time, and we would talk to the fan, and like somebody in the chat said, don't forget to tell the fan goodnight. And we got Steve that's saying, believe all jurors. Shout out to Steve Kerfuffle is in the house for some trouble. Here we go. The party is gonna get really intense now. Facts. Shout out to Steve. And you got merch. Free Karen Reed shirts. He got Boomer. I know I'm using that as a meme. I know that literally is a Boomer. Not I don't know. He's probably from the Silent Generation. So you got Boomer right here, and you got the Karens. I mean, this is like some cliche picture, man. This is like a cartoon. I mean, it's just so hard to believe. But here we are. Oh, look at this one, everybody. What in the world have we got here? These mofos made like a whole poster of her with a face on it. As I said, it depends on the situation. I don't know if this situation calls for such drastic protesting. Like, did she save someone? She just got drunk. That's it. So, Karen Reed is innocent. People have American flags and stuff are hanging out. And this is regardless if you think she's guilty or innocent. I'm not disputing that. I just think this is excessive. Steve says this is the craziest trial since OJ. Absolutely. I was watching from above when that trial was going on. I wasn't here with y'all yet in person. But yes, from what I saw, the studies of the OJ trial, this definitely is like that, definitely. But I don't know, the Johnny Depp trial might have been more crazy. But this is very close. Johnny Depp's kind of different. But, anyway. Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I agree with you. I wasn't around then, but I know everything about OJ. I know all about that trial. Although I wasn't there for it. Yeah, the thing with Kohberger, I want to make... Yes, true crime. This case is that crazy. Yes. Yes, Smokey, understood. Steve says, I don't know. True crime. Okay, guys, gonna enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. Okay, Lynn. Take care. And Moki, I know this is irritating. I have... What? Yeah, Amber Heard on the stand was the biggest thing ever. Oh, yeah. My dog got stung by a bee. True crime, that may be true. Moki, okay, Alien, 8 family members deleted by family Wagners. Wow, that's crazy. A little bit, more about some updates about this. I'll call her Timu Defendant, all right? I won't even say her name. I'll say Timu Defendant, all right? And then, yes, Miranda, I hope the next 2 hours go fast. And Miranda, as I said, I'm so glad that you and everybody else that's here is with me. I appreciate it. All right, a little bit more about Reed. I mean, or more about Timu Defendant, and then people are saying Heard snorted coke on the stand. I remember that. I remember that, Moki. Yes, that's true. I was mostly at the Independent, but that's how I found Law and Crime, because I was at the Independent and their feed went out because there's a storm from here to upstate. Oh, True Crime needs a megapin. Absolutely. And basically what happened was with that one, I went to Law and Crime because Law and Crime was the only one that was on. So Jesse was able to keep the Law and Crime afloat so I could go there, and that's how I found it. But I was only there for one time during the Johnny Depp trial. I was mostly at the Independent with my friends. Those are people that subscribe to my channel, but as I said, there are a lot of people that came here. And then I predominantly was at Law and Crime. They were the only ones that were covering this stuff. Silver and Danny, great to see you both. If I missed anything, blame the alien man, me. Okay, Moki, there's an issue with, I think you're calling about the... Oh, yes, Danielle. So with Koberger, I think you're referring to Koberger. There's an issue with setting a trial date, and they just can't seem to agree on it. And the judge told her, she was like, are you going to have a court date in 100 years from now? A very serious question. And she was like, no, not 100 years from now. He said, I'm serious. Are we going to take 100 years to get this trial started? And, because, they just can't get a court date. And also with Brian Koberger, she was saying that he had Asperger's and he can't understand certain things. People with Asperger's, there's a spectrum of it. And it doesn't mean that everybody that has it will, go from, not everybody's going to be in the same part of the spectrum. And there's people that have Asperger's that do not do crime. And as I said, you can have somebody that has extremely mild Asperger's to someone that has it really strongly. And he may be on a spectrum, but that had nothing to do with him deleting people, hypothetically. That's, absolutely ridiculous. And Danielle, good to see you. So, I think it's, Linda remembers. Yeah, shout out to Linda. I've been knowing her since the very beginning. So that is something with Koberger now remember, a defense attorney is supposed to do her job, in spite of what we think and disagree with what someone does. It's part of our system, and she's doing a very good job being a defense attorney, but as I said, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing necessarily, because he allegedly deleted those people like Ted Bundy did. But as I said, a good attorney now, but that is the problem. She's trying to delay a court date and arguing autism, but then again, you're putting people that are autistic down also, I think, because, they're not all... There was one of the school shooters was autistic. You had maybe the Columbine ones may have been, possibly, but there's not correlation. There's people that are very brilliant people, that created stuff, like Albert Einstein, and many people, scientists and inventors had that. So it doesn't mean that that's in the same category. Exactly, Gloria. It had nothing to do with his murder spree. Alien spaceship, one of the kindest chatters ever. Yep. Thank you, Linda. I really appreciate it. And also, you as well. And also, Silver's 100% a Koberger supporter. Okay, understood. That's fine. And Tina says, oh, hello, Tina. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. Now, anybody that thinks Koberger is innocent, please tell us why you think he's innocent. If it was a joke or something, okay, it was funny. But if anybody does support Kohberger, I'd like to know why he may be innocent. I mean, God forbid, somebody did something and didn't do, and you're convicted for it. So I do want to, and anybody's different opinions, I'm not going to be triggered or anything. I'd like to see different thoughts on this. Exactly, Steve. Right. Steve says those guys could have been autistic, but they were also on a lot of SSRIs. Oh, okay, true crime. Understood. Understood. And also, basically, I like. You had a very good point there. And also, Eric Harris, the Columbine shooter, he was on some medicine that got banned because of the Columbine shooting, and that he was on the medicine a year before, and it only made him worse and more agitated, and it could have contributed possibly to him not being in the best mental state. But he was being kind of bullied, but that doesn't give any excuse for that. The guy was a psycho. They both were. But as I said, other factors played that didn't really help. It's like if you go dump gasoline on a fire, it doesn't really put it out. It doesn't. And Silver says, no, she's not. She was trying to explain why people would think Kohberger is acting weird. Okay, thank you for your perspective. And then you have Steve says, Moki, I've heard. And see, Silver, in my opinion, overall, I think what she's trying to do, overall, is trying to get a delay with the court case. As I said, I think that is a part of the plan to get the trial delayed. But it may have not specifically had anything to do with that. But I do think in the broader picture of things, that's what she's trying to paint. She's trying to get her client found innocent and trying to get it delayed. Now, they did knock down the house with the Kohberger situation. They knocked down the house. I'm going to read what you're saying, Silver. You said some more stuff. All right. The evidence points away from Kohberger. A crime of that magnitude surely would have more direct evidence pointing to the suspect. Okay. Okay, thank you, Silver. And also, I think that when they knocked down the house, it wasn't good when they knocked down the dorm that they were in. I think that was not nice. Like, they should have kept that for evidence. But thank you, Silver, for your perspective. I appreciate it. And all right, Silver, thank you for the perspective that was stated. And Silver, I understand. I'm just being funny. All right, I'm just being funny. All right. And also, Sharon says, "Hey, Ken." Sharon says, did a deep dive in a timeline with the Uber Eats phone controversy, no blood in car, no bloody clothes, can't remember everything. Oh yeah, there was no blood on anything. Like say with when Ted Bundy went and did the thing he did in Florida, there's a lot of, obviously blood everywhere. This situation with Kohberger, you don't really see that.
There was blood with the Kohberger thing in the house?
No, on him. Or in his vehicle. So he could have done a change of clothes or something else, or maybe he was innocent. Yes, correct, Silver. No. Ann Taylor have been delayed by the prosecution for months. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Moki says the whole thing was a challenge to him to not get caught, right? Thus, little evidence. Right. Danielle says they shouldn't have destroyed the house not before the trial. Exactly. Seward says also the police had on their radar from the beginning. Had Brian Koberger on their radar from the beginning. Okay, thank you. Understood. And what's Ann Taylor's case about? All right, and BK fled the state with his dad. Let's see. And also court case. Okay. All right. So I'm not familiar with the Ann Taylor case. That situation. Who that is exactly, I'm not too sure. Okay. But with the Ann Taylor case, let's see. So basically, we have Silver says if BK had cleaned his car and got rid of evidence, he would have been seen. And it's like, exactly, because that may mean that he didn't do it. And if he did do it, he figured out some other way, some sort of a hack or a cheat to hide and conceal it better somehow. But as I said, that's just speculation, you know. And Sharon said, Steve, I believe he did it. I just hope they have enough evidence. Steve says, that's crazy. You can learn how to delete people and get away with it at college. And AI overview 10 plus DNA evidence directly convicts a deleter, a killer, and relatively small percentage of cases. And Silver says, true, that's your opinion, but it's not logical. He studied what he did, wore coveralls, and lined cars with shower curtains, tarp, whatever he had.
Where do they think he put the stuff?
So, chat, where do you all think he put the stuff that think that he's guilty?
Yeah, he's watching.
All right. Yes, Steve. Steered. I thought so, True Crime.
What?
Ann Taylor's the lawyer. That's what I thought. Yes. I thought that was her name. But I want to make sure it wasn't about something else. But I knew it was Koberger's attorney, but I just wanted to make sure specifically who that was. Yes, that's who I thought it was. All right, and then you have Steve. Yeah, that weird driving so far, turn around, something there is. I agree. I don't know enough about it to say one way or another. I'll get to what you're saying, Silver, in a moment. True Crime says there's a lot of places he could have threw. I'm thinking water. Okay, understood. And Alien, he was under watch from the beginning. The police found BK's phone number and Brent's Kokpaka's phone on the day they deleted. the day they killed him. Okay, thank you. And yeah, there. As I said, I think that is also interesting. You know what you're saying, Silver. And I wonder who exactly did this if he didn't. You know, and he just was at the wrong place at the wrong time. It seems if he was innocent. From the beginning, police was looking for two suspects. All right, you know, okay, two suspects. And you know, a lot of people say how he resembles Ted Bundy, and that's a sign that he did it. Not necessarily, not necessarily. You know, people could look like people and not do stuff. But as I said, you know, he could have put it in water. That's true. Okay, Moki. Thanks for hanging out with us, and see you tomorrow at the Cringe a Clown Show. All right. Hello, Stranded. Great to see you, friend. I'm glad that you're dropping by before you go to bed. Thank you. I hope that you had a good day today. We're talking about the Kohberger trial. We talked about Karen Reed a little bit earlier. I should say the Timu defendant. And Silver says BK went about his normal day routine. He didn't have anything to hide. Okay, you know, understood, Silver. All right. Moki, take care. Good night. Got some storms rolling in here. Oh, you got some storms rolling in, Stranded. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw that technically on TV, because this is a monitor. This is a TV right here, but from the computer and the TV, I saw that. Yeah. And also keep in mind how convincing Ted Bundy was in getting people to think he was innocent, and be aware of that. That, you know, it could be someone else kind of like that might be doing a trick, but just put that out there. Not have to believe it. And Linda says, in my opinion, the witness describes him and the video of his car stalking. Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, with the trial, we could see more about this whenever they started up. And you'll have that, and that could be evidence that he did it. Then again, maybe it was somebody else that would have to have had the same type of vehicle and look kind of similar to him. So maybe you could have another suspect. True Crime says Ted Bundy was vocal and outgoing. He was very charismatic and charming, and he was just like a regular guy, you know. But like, and he could masquerade himself as like a regular, you know, cool alien or something, but he actually wasn't really like that. He was a psycho murderer. But Kohberger isn't. I think Kohberger studied Bundy. Yes, we think that he studied Ted Bundy, probably, and maybe if he did do it, for the people that think he's innocent, if he did do it, maybe he was trying to learn from what Ted Bundy did wrong and do it correctly. But as I said, doesn't necessarily mean that he did it. All right, but for those that think he's innocent. So that is an explanation about that. All right, and Silver says, to butcher 4 grown adults in under 8 minutes, and not a scratch was found on him, no blood trace in his car. The car was not identified as Kohberger. BK probably killed because he didn't have the charm and likable of... This man. Steve says BK probably deleted because he didn't have the charm and likability of Bundy, and that made him furious. Oh, scared. It sent BK into a rage. Now, remember, Bundy went to the Chi Omega sorority house, and he got his club, and he went and plundered and had a shark frenzy and deleted all those girls in there and injured some people with a heavy, blunt object. And also what Kohberger did... hello, Tons of Fun Carving. Good to see you, buddy. All right, Stranded. Good night to you. Thank you for coming. So it's possible that he could still do it, maybe if they were sleeping. But, one thing, Silver, that I have a problem with is that the victim, one of them was like a grown man. And how was he able to be able to take him out? So if he did do it, he got him when they were all sleeping without them realizing what was going on. Similar to like what Bundy did. But as I said, maybe this is the same thing Ted Bundy said when he was in Colorado. But maybe it was a person or persons that did this. But that's what Ted Bundy also said. But it was just him doing it. But as I said, it may not be this man. And if he's innocent, this is horrible what happened to him. And I want him to get out as soon as possible. I hope this doesn't happen to any of us if he's innocent. Good grief. But basically, yeah, but Silver, excellent points. Very good points. And that makes sense. Why wouldn't he have a scratch or anything on him? And also, True Crime says there's also rumors that Kaylee had a stalker. Yes, I've heard about that. And maybe it was a stalker that did it. And this man was at the wrong place at the wrong time. And I always want to review a trial with an open mind. Communist China has only has a 99% guilty rating. So it's good for us here in America to see if we could review to see if someone's innocent or not. So I really appreciate this type of discussion. And True Crime says they was drunk and maybe even practicing in party favors. Ah, okay. Participating in party favors. So maybe there's a hazing. Maybe they were getting drunk and intoxicated and they didn't really know what was going on. This is why people don't have to believe in the Bible. But this is why the Bible says to be sober as much as possible. So Silver says, but text from one of the victims says they weren't sleeping. And also, but texts from the victims say they weren't sleeping. And True Crime says they were drunk and participating in party favors. So that is maybe they were drunk. They're intoxicated. That's why. Maybe they didn't react. And Silver says, experts already testified it was 2 knives and 2 perpetrators. Okay, understood. As I said, they said that about Ted Bundy kind of also, in my opinion, but it wasn't quite what they thought. Allegedly, maybe there was other accomplices with him, but I'm not comparing apples to oranges. This is a different case, but thank you, Silver, that about there's 2 knives and 2 perpetrators. Okay. And Steve says, Silver, how do you explain the account for his prints and the blood being there? And also, True Crime says pics of his hands show wounds. Scared. And Danielle said one of the girls saw him. Just like with Ted Bundy. When he was leaving, he had like a ski mat. He had like a stocking over his head. And the woman saw him and saw the bridge of his nose. And was able to kind of identify him. Tons of fun carving. Question. Have you been watching Johnny Solomai destroying life in Korea? Yes, I think I've been keeping up with that. I think I have. Let's see. Tons of fun. This says, I don't know about this, a person you speak of, tons of fun carving. I don't I don't know of this. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. I wasn't aware of this. Yes, and that's what I was talking about in the Chi Omega sorority. True Crime says Ted also attacked a house of college students. Yep, that's true. The Chi Omega sorority, and also he murdered a little girl too. Yeah, he was a sick a hole. Exactly, Steve. No wounds was ever reported on BK. Sharon says, Silver, what do you think of the sheath? Sharon, the sheath is a transferable item. It wasn't a fingerprint. Okay. About this streamer he's talking about. Hmm, oh, I have to read it through the phone then. Okay. All right, I'm going to do that through the phone instead. I'm going to read this. All right. All right, so let's go, Johnny Soul Somali. Yeah, just reload the page. I'm back. All right. All right, so let's go to news. All right. All right, here we go. So we're gonna read about this moron right here. All right, we're still talking about Koberger. You know that's still going on. I'm just also talking about this other thing. Let's see, the Johnny Solomai story, a full lore breakdown. Infamous nuisance streamer Johnny Solomai is one of the most hated people in the world right now. While he is stuck in Seoul, South Korea, awaiting the adjunction adjudication of his 5 total charges, let's take a detailed look into some of the most frequent asked questions about the story. Johnny Somali was real time real name is Ramzi Khalid Ishmael, is one of the very few figures who can bring people from all across the political spectrum together, whether you're liberal, progressive, or a staunch conservative, even though he is constantly donning a MAGA hat to maybe garner some help from President Trump's State Department. You want to see this man, the most infamous nuisance streamer of them all, in jail. I've heard of some. I've heard about some like retarded streamers before. Like this kid has like a real cringe look on his face all the time. He like goes and like has this big black guy with him, and he goes and like bullies people and stuff, and tells him to do something, but he doesn't. He's like, a little guy, and he looks like 6 years old, and then you got this like big scary black guy. He can't like go himself and go and fight somebody. He goes and causes trouble for his streams, and he's having some problems right now for what he did. But this dude, I've never heard of him. So this is news to me. We got here. Definitely tons for sure. Our first article covering this plight got quite a lot of attention, as there haven't been any major updates since his next court date was moved to 16 May instead of grieving. You up to date developments. Here is a in-depth explanation about the lore surrounding one of the most hated people in the world right now. Yeah, Jack. Thank you, Jack Doherty. Yeah, that guy sucks. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, tons. And yeah, because I don't like the picking on people. Yeah, he's cringe. I heard he got into like a car accident while he was texting. Definitely. All right. Is Johnny Solomai in jail now? No, unlike in the United States, bail is very rarely used in South Korea. The vast majority of suspects get to stay free until their conviction, even without posting bail. The exception to that would be an ultimate and immediate danger to the public, while Johnny Solomai continued his antics even after being indicted. He is yet to cause any physical harm to anyone, so pre-trial detention is what warranted under Korean law. This, however, raises her question. I'm watching KR in Portland's Andy Stem, but he hasn't gone live since streaming for 72 hours straight this weekend. Wow. Sharon said, Steve, yeah, I'm sure there'll be a few for sure. Yeah. Where is Johnny Solomai now? Johnny Solomai is staying in an apartment with a man named Hyunjung Hank Yo from Seoul. He is the only person willing to associate with Ishmael in South Korea. Solomai is completely dependent on him, as he has virtually no income after being banned from all major social media sites. Yo has put up multiple messages soliciting donations for Solomai on his own social media, citing his dire financial situation as legal fees also piling up. Yes, I'll check that trial, definitely. Thank you, tons, for letting me know about this. However, Hank Yo may not be the most pleasant company to have 24/7. In 2020, he was deported from the United States after falsely claiming on a gun purchase form that he was an American citizen, While in the United States, he also has been involuntarily committed by courts to psychiatric treatment twice, which suggests he can have major behavioral issues. He is also unemployed. South Korea right now and is living off the support of his wealthy family. Yo has admitted that his family is not very pleased with his association with Solomai. Yes, absolutely, tons. Absolutely. If you were to have falling out with Ishmael over the issue, Ishmael would have to live on the streets as the Korean government has no legal obligations to provide him with anything. While out of jail awaiting his trial, he is also not allowed to take regular job. He lacks the proper visa for that. His own family in the US has cut contact with him and is not sending any financial support. How short is Johnny Solomai? Johnny Solomai is extremely short for an adult man. Based on public info online and video footage, he is about 5'3" to 5'4". Somebody has a Napoleon complex. The American expat lawyer in Bangkok, Thailand, who's usually the primary source for information from media outlets on this case, likes to refer to his stature as 5 foot nothing in his live stream. However, that is an exaggeration. Yeah, he would starve, absolutely. What's with all the cabbages? Speaking of the legal mindset, if you ever tune into one of his live streams, Johnny Solomai, you'll certainly find a certain vegetable promoting feature, cabbage. This is reference to the fact that South Korea law allows fines to be paid by labor. In fact, given Solomai's indulgence, that is very likely possibility for him per his travel ban. He cannot leave the country until his fines are paid. Shout out to the UK. Hello, Under a Rocket. Great to see you. South Korea, but is so is agricultural work. Given the shortage of workers in the field, so legal mindset and the viewers taunting Ishmael with having to pick cabbages to escape South Korea. Can Johnny Solomai plead insanity? Under South Korea law, total incapacitation is a standard by which a person can escape legal punishment for a crime due to their mental state. Ishmael clearly does not meet that criterion. If he did, he would be committed to a mental institution, which is something some argue is worse fate than prison. Yeah, shout out to you, Under a Rocket. Solomai has shared that his public defender advised him to get diagnosis of bipolar disorder, which can help the claims he has, which he claims to have, from a local psychiatrist to help his case. However, he most likely meant that this could be used as an argument for a lighter sentence as opposed to an insanity plea. That especially is the case given to Soleimani. Choose vulnerability, plead guilty to 3 of his charges already, which already shows significant understanding of his situation to disprove the total incapacitation. Hello, Lauren. Welcome to chat, Lauren. Welcome. I hope that you've been doing well. How are you? Hope you're doing well. And we have been talking about a troll and Johnny Soleimani that is over in South Korea, because of the trolling he's doing, and he's universally hated. And also, we're talking about Koberger. Also, we've been talking about Karen Reed before that. All right, True Crime, thank you for coming. What is Johnny Soleimani up to now? After being banned from the platform, Soleimani has recently created a new YouTube channel, which Yo owns on paper. This circumventing his ban. Great. Okay, so he is streaming 3 to 4 hours each day, as you would likely catch him if you click this link. However, since he is now aware of the gravity for the legal trouble, as he was fearing physical assaults from Korean public, he gave up his nuisance streaming antics. Phew. That guaranteed him attention the first place. Instead, he is talking to Yo in his chat in Yo's apartment, making his content bland, which only attracts a few hundred live viewers. The channel is not yet monetized, so Soleimani has relied on paid super chats for minimal level of income. Which prison will Johnny Soleimani go to? If Johnny Soleimani receives prison time for the 5 charges he is currently facing, which is extremely likely at this point, he will be serving his sentence as South Korea's special prisoner for foreign nationals in the city of Cheonan, which Guberment described as the world's first specialized foreign correction facility, open in 2027. The vast majority of the 3 Chinese, and very few of them speak English, making Soleimani's likely to stay all the more unpleasant. Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate it. Thank you, Gloria and chat, for the bless yous. I appreciate it. All right, so that's the cringe. That is the cringe streamer. All right. Well, can't go another country acting a fool. Exactly. Like when you go to a country, a lot of times in America, I feel that it can be disrespected a lot, and people think they can do whatever they want. But in other countries, they do not tolerate this type of behavior. No way. In other countries, they will stomp you into line. They will lock the door and throw away the key. They're not like our country. So I think that as Americans, we should show dignity and respect to other people and their nations. All right, so with Reed, it's still ongoing, but there's a lot of cringe with that, and also these mug shots a lot of these people could take are completely cringe. What I mean is that people can completely do these type of criminal acts like the streamer. They're doing it for fame and fortune, but in the end, they're hurting other people. It's not good. There's other ways they could be doing it. Thank you, Gloria. And also, we take it for granted. Oh yeah, because I know a lot of people. Their country may not be perfect. There may be things that are not completely right with it, but basically, with the people in this nation, think that a lot now that things may be happening, but we have a lot more rights than a lot of other people. So going over to these other places and disrespect. I love Korea and I like Japan. I like China, and I don't want them to be disrespected. I think that's totally wrong. He is an idiot that never stops giving get on him, alien. Thank you. Yeah, maybe he will soon aim for 5'2". Right now he's 4 foot. Whoever said he's over 5 feet tall is being too generous. And I think that you see with me, I'm not a nice guy. I think that we'll call him Scrawny. We'll call him Scrawny Ronnie. Call it a day. He could go and try to get a girlfriend, but no men or women would like him, and he really has nothing to say. He is a basement dweller incarnation. Johnny is disrespecting the noble people of Korea. He is a giant piece of decaying diarrhea. He needs to be flushed down with a whooshing sound. He does not need to come back to this country. Send him to El Salvador. No one really will care if he frowns. He won a reward. Congratulations. He's a #1 clown. Gloria, I did the same thing about Karen Reed that I'm picturing in my head if she is, like her in prison. I've kind of trying to imagine that too myself. Okay, Gloria, understood. I saw the message. Okay, understood. Oh, you were born in Seoul, Korea. I'm probably saying it wrong. silly, silly alien. Uh, Seoul, Korea. I had a friend that was in my class around. I want to say it was ninth grade, and he was from the same place. Your opinion does matter. I'll even feel flatter under a rocket. Idiot streamers are blister on society. Why can't they just enjoy their surroundings? You see, I enjoyed my surroundings, and I streamed, and I did something good with it. And these other people, they think the way they get famous and let's see. Then you have not followed the sure my opinion that matters. Right. And yeah, you see, like I did streaming and I did good with it. And also with the other people, they think the only way they could do streaming is by insulting and hurting other people. That's the only thing they think they could do. Yes, Silver Fox. Yes, they're mostly peaceful protesters. Yes, I've heard that before. And I'm surroundings guide to alien. Well, thank you, Steve. Absolutely. And also, or Danielle says, "Oh, Silver, that's awful." Right. And right, and basically, yeah. So under Rocket, I think that your opinion does matter. Absolutely. Oh, you mean in the read chat, in the heated chat? Yes, absolutely. And yeah, Steve says shout out to surroundings, definitely. Yeah, Gloria, I do the same thing by forming opinions through bits and pieces. Yes. And also, yeah, we have that. And okay, so we covered the trial stuff, and now what we will do is see the other part of it. Read. All right, I'm going to talk about some of these robots and this UFO stuff. All right. Understood under a rocket. Understood. All right. Now, the robots in our modern time are completely getting more advanced. They're getting too advanced, and they are continuing to get more and more technology and get more and more advanced and more kind of like us. So basically, it's a whole rabbit hole because they're making the robots extremely advanced to the point that they may be acting more like humans. Yeah, right on. Tons of fun cravings, right? Also, now Silver, and I don't know enough about the situation that occurred in Grenada. Can you tell me exactly what the event you're speaking of was called, or what was it exactly? And I will say about America, it is good at least that we do show the trials. The other countries don't seem to do that. And as I said, I don't know enough about what happened in Grenada to really say an opinion about it. All right. And also, Matt says, I work with industrial robotics. It will be a long time before they walk around with us, but they for sure will start serving us food soon. Okay, understood. All right, Silver, understood. Thank you. Sharon says, understood absolutely. I go watch interrogations. Stay long. All right. So, all right, Silver, thank you for the information. Chinese robots ran against humans in the world's. All right, tons, understood. Chinese robots ran against humans in the world's first humanoid half marathon. They lost by a mile. Okay, Silver, I will. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna go save this. I already got him right here. You know, there is a video I saw, Silver, where they had this video of a in Afghanistan. They had this video of these. They were shooting at the Americans with a one bullet, probably like some $50, a cheap bullet or something with some cheap ammunition. And what the Americans did was they got the entire an air force to go and not drone strike, but go strike the mountain. So it's like these people with like $50 of supplies were able to shoot something, but they had to get a whole army of advanced equipment to take out two people. Yeah. So there's a it's interesting to see how these things play out when they go into different places. But the American people themselves are not for these kind of things. It's stuff that the government did. It wasn't the people here. All right, Chinese robots ran against humans in the world's first humanoid half marathon. They lost by a mile. Scared. The blackout was probably just to get citizens prepared for World War II. World War III starts, and there's a lot of other outages. Okay, understood. All right. Hong Kong. If the idea of robots taking on humans in a road race conjectures dystopian images of android athletic supremacy, then fear not, for now at least, more than 20 two-legged robots competed in the world's first humanoid. Okay, Silver. Okay, good. Okay. First humanoid half marathon in China on Saturday, and through logically impressive, they were far from outrunning their human masters over the long distance. Teams from several companies, universities took part in the race to showcase of China's advanced humanoid technology as it plays catch up with the US with still boasts the more sophisticated models. All right, so you have Under a Rocket, Vincent. Maybe you saw me say goodnight. Not guilty. Thought goodnight. LO. Not your fault. Imagine a chat 44K like today. Wow. Yeah, it was flying by, definitely. Yes. Hello, Shelly. Good to see you, Shelly. I hope that you've been doing well. How are you? Hope you've been doing well. And it's great to see you here. We've been talking about the different trials, and now we're talking about some things with the robots. Because somebody I've not talked to in a very long time told me about the robots, and there's conspiracy theories about it, and there's rabbit holes to go down, so I'm going down them. And also, what I'm doing is probably talking about some UFOs and stuff too, and then I'll be it. But we're still going. We're not done yet. All right. And the chief of the winning and said the robot, though bested the humans in the particular race, was matched for similar models from the West at the time when a race perfect humanoid technology is hotting up. Oh, happy early birthday to you, Shelly. I hope that you have an amazing time. It was Rebecca's birthday today, and tomorrow's yours. Awesome. Coming in a variety of shapes and sizes, the robots jogged through Beijing's southeastern Weizhong district, home to many of the capital's tech firms. Over the past few months, videos of China's humanoid robots performing bike rides, roadhouse kicks, and side flips have been blown up the internet, often amplified by the state media as a key potential driver of economic growth. In a 2023 police policy document, China's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology identified humanoid robotics industry as a new frontier in technical competition, setting a 2025 target for mass production and secure supply chains for core components. Fears have mounted in recent years about how artificial intelligence and robots may one day outsmart humans. And while AI models are fast gaining ground, sparking concern for everything from security to the future of work, Saturday's race suggests that humans still at least have an upper hand when it comes to running. The robots were pitted against the 12,000 human contestants, running side by side with them in fenced off lane. After setting off from a country's park, participating in robots had to overcome slight slopes and winding 21-kilometer, 13-mile circuits before they could reach the first line, according to the state-run outlet in Beijing Daily. Oh, facts. Awesome. Awesome, Silver. Just as human runners need to replenish themselves with water, robot contestants were allowed to get new batteries during the race. Companies were also allowed to swap their androids with substitutes when they could no longer compete, though each substitute came with a 10-minute penalty. Okay, this old woman on here to bed. Good night, alien. Okay, Danielle. Good night to you, and I'll have a good evening in you in chat. Oh, thank you, Danielle, for coming. All right. The first robot across the finish line, Tying Gung Ultra, created the Beijing Humanoid Robot Innovation Center, finished the routine in 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's nearly 2 hours short of the human world record of 56.42, held in Ugandan runner Jacob Kiblio. Winner of the man's race on Saturday finished in 1 hour and 2 minutes. Alan Fern, professor of the computer science, AI, and robots at Oregon State University, told the CNN he was actually very impressed that robots managed within the time limit, saying he would have bet that none of them would be finished. Hilarious under a rock. Steve says, Alien, did you see the standoff today with the migrant hiding in the tree? Yes, I saw that, Steve. I did see that. I thought I was like, what? Yeah, I was wild. Fern added that there are many companies in China, the U.S., and Europe that are developing their own humanoid robots, but says there's no clear leader in industry at this point. And it's going to be interesting to see, just exciting that there's so many options to point and told in Chrissy Lou Stout. Silver, Rebecca's not here right now. She left earlier, I think. Hello, Shell. We got Shell and Shelly here. We got two seashells. Wow. It's like going to the beach and you find two seashells. Alright. Tong Jun, Chief Technology Officer from the Robotics Innovation Center, said Tiangong Ultra performance was aided by long legs and the algorithm along to imitate how humans run a marathon. I know, exactly, right. Quote, I don't want to boast, but I think no other robotics firms in the West have matched Tiangong's supporting achievements. Tang said, according to Reuters, newly agents that the robots switching batteries just 3 times during the race. The 1.8 meter robot came across the few challenges during the race, which involved the multiple battery changes. It also needed a helper to run alongside with the hands of hovering around his back in case of the fall. Most of the robots required this kind of support, with a few tied to a leash. Some were led by a remote control. Amateur human contestants running in other lane had no difficulty keeping up with the curious among them, taking out their phones to capture the robotic encounters as they raced along. Yeah, that's the name of the Chinese individual. All right. And let's see. Some more about this. Robots, let's see, taking over. All right. So then we have this situation right here where, is this going to work? All right. The rise of the robotics in the workforce. So what's driving all this robot action? Well, advances in AI, machine learning, and automation technology are making robotics smarter and more capable than ever. Many companies across different industries are jumping on the bandwagon, eager to use these tools to increase productivity and streamline operations, like manufacturing, for example. Robots have become essential on the assembly line. Automated arms now handle tasks while like welding, assembling, and painting with the incredible precision, cutting down errors and boosting production speed. Now, because there's this thing that people are concerned about, that robots will be taking away people's jobs, and as time goes on and persists and the decades roll on, the technology is going to get more and more intelligent, and it's going to take over more things, in my opinion. But it's not just factories getting in on the robot revolution. E-commerce giants like Amazon are using robots in their massive warehouses to short pack and deliver goods. These robots can move around the warehouse with ease, cutting down on time with human labor and healthcare. Robotic assisted surgeries are becoming more common, offering surgeons better precision and patients quicker recovery. Even in agriculture, robots are helping farmers plant, water, and harvest crops, reducing the need for manual labor. Lastly, we can't forget customer service chatbots and virtual assistants powered by AI, handling customer inquiries faster than human reps could, making businesses more efficient. Now, this says, what is great about robots taking over jobs? It's easy to focus on the potential downsides of automation, but there's some impressive advantages to robots stepping in. For one, robots can work 24/7 without the need for breaks, making them incredibly efficient. And in industries like manufacturing, where meeting deadlines and production quotas is critical, this can significantly increase output and reduce downtime. With no need to rest, robots help meeting high demand even during off hours, which ultimately benefits both businesses and customers. I think Jetsons when I hear about robot. And Matt says, me too. If they made the maids like that, I'd be okay with it. Ton says, trolls ain't got Shias on this chat. Absolutely, absolutely. They do come in sometimes, Tons. They do come in sometimes. But it's definitely a repellent with all the great mods we have in here. Another major perk about robotics is safety. Robots are taking hazardous tasks such as heavy lifting, mining, and welding, pose significant risks to help workers by assuming these dangerous jobs. Robots reduce workplaces, injuries, and make the job environment safer overall. This is not only lowers accident rates, but also reduces costs related to worker compensation and insurance. Linda says, we have Institute for Human Machine Cognitions in Pensacola. Oh. There's food robots that deliver food to people. They'll deliver like this little Wally looking thing, and it'll go roll around and deliver food. While initial investment in robotics can steep, the long-term cost savings are undeniable. Robots estimate the risk of human error and improve the consistency, particularly in industries where precision is crucial, such as healthcare or manufacturing. Machines don't suffer from fatigue or distractions, which means they can maintain a high level of accuracy throughout the long shifts. We tried to conquer nature and backfired. Now we're going to be enslaved by robots. Yeah. Tons says, as long as we keep the robots out of Africa, that's where all the minerals are. Yeah, there's a lot of minerals in Africa. A lot of stuff there. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And it's like, I think, the most wealthiest continent in the world. And yeah, if the robots went over there and they got advanced enough, who knows what they would do with it, right? Exactly, Steve. Right. And let's not forget that automation fosters innovation. By automating repetitive tasks, businesses can free up resources and focus on research and development. This can lead to the creation of entirely new products, services, and even industries, driving economic growth. New technologies also create job opportunities, particularly in AI development, robotics, and maintenance, and data analysts. No cobalt batteries, huh? Scared. But are robots really going to steal my job? The article says. Now for the part that everyone's really wondering about, will robots take my job? The short answer is it depends. Automation brings some incredible advantages, but it also raises important questions about job displacement, income inequality, and future of work. One of the biggest concerns is that job loss. Robots take over more tasks, particularly those that involve routine, repetitive work. Mainly low skilled workers are at risk of losing. Many low skilled workers are at risk of losing their jobs. For instance, roles in manufacturing, retail, and customer service could be replaced by robotics and the AI system, leaving large segments of the workforce without an employment. This particularly problematic for workers who don't have the skills to transition into more technology driven industries. All right. However, it's important to note that robots don't just eliminate, they also create new ones. For example, as automation takes over manual tasks, manual tasks, there's a growing demand for workers in fields like robotics, programming, AI development, and data analysts. These roles require a higher level of skill and education, which there will be opportunities for workers who are willing to risk or upskill, reskill, or upskill to meet demands of the new job market. Another challenge is the cost of automation. While large corporations and tech giants can afford to invest in robotics, smaller businesses may find it difficult to keep up. For these companies, adapting to automation can be costly venture that involves infrastructure upgrades, staff training, and maintenance costs. This can create a divide between large and small businesses, with former reaping benefits of automation while later struggles to compete. Ah, okay, tons understood. Steve says tech industry stuff will be automated before jobs takes jobs. Robots take jobs. Oh, okay. The LDAR 3D map your house, and if it let you your Wi-Fi, it also knows when you're home or not because it can tell when your cell phone is attached to your home Wi-Fi. Sharon says, MR, next will be arming them with our trials and be robot, and the robots did it, right? Oh, actually, Sharon, the in China, in China, They're training robots to be military personnel with pew pews, with guns. They're actually already doing that. However, perhaps the biggest hurdle to overcome is the idea that robots can't replace the unique skills that humans bring to the table. Robots may excel at repetitive data driven tasks, but they still can't replicate human creativity, empathy, or critical thinking. Jobs that rely on emotional intelligence, like teaching, counseling, and artistic professions, are not easily automated. Robots may take over some roles, but there are many areas where human involvement will remain indispensable. We already have autonomous drones that can. The Theo Vaughn on his podcast was talking about how he saw four Waymos hanging out behind the IKEA together. Scared. Finally, there are ethical concerns surrounding automation. As robots replace human workers, there's a risk that the divide between skilled and unskilled workers will grow wider, exacerbating economic inequality. Accidentally, the more business rely on robots, the more vulnerability they become. The system failures, cyber attacks, and technical distributions. If something goes wrong with the robots, it could be entire industries to halt. All right, we're almost done here with this page. Too many variables, huh? Finding the right balance between robots and humans. With all these challenges, is there a way to balance benefits of robotics with the needs of workforce? Absolutely. It starts with making sure workers are equipped with the right skills to thrive in tech-driven world. Reskilling the upskilling programs are essential to help workers transition into new roles as robots take over certain jobs and new positions. In AI development, robotics, maintenance, and tech driven industries are emerging. By investing in education and trying and training, we can make sure workers are ready to adapt and fill these new roles. Governments and the businesses can also work together to create ethical guidelines and regulations that ensure fair labor practices. This includes addressing potential job loss, ensuring data security, and regulating the use of robotics in the workplace to prevent exploitation. And instead of replacing humans entirely, many companies are focusing on how robots and humans can work together. In these collaborative models, robots handle repetitive or dangerous tasks, while humans oversee the process of bringing creativity, decisions making, and emotional intelligence to the table. Under a Rocket says, I don't see that being 100% in my lifetime. Understood. It'll be after, either I'll be very old or not here either. You enjoy driving, so you'd pass anyway. Scared. Yeah, people don't like losing control, right? Self-driving cars, double parking, and police are. Right. Looking ahead, it's clear that robots and humans will need to coexist in the workplace. While automation will continue to change industries, humans will still be needed for tasks that require personal touch, creativity, and critical thinking. The challenge will be to ensure that as robots take over certain tasks, workers are given opportunity to thrive in new roles. It's all about finding the balance between efficiency and empathy, between automation and human ingenuity. The future of work will likely involve a mix of human robotic roles with humans bringing the creativity, emotional intelligence that robots can't replicate. By focusing on reskilling, creating new opportunities, and embracing collaboration between robots and humans, we can make sure that the rise of automation between everyone, not just the machines. I'm scared. Steve says the future was supposed to be a utopia. This sucks. I agree. We got a spaceship utopia. That worked out. But the broader world is not a utopia. It's very dystopian. Definitely. Alrighty. I'll save this page. It's pretty cool. Alrighty. Alright. 2 more things will be done. 2 more things. That is true, Matt. We evolved to struggle. We evolved to struggle, right? And like say with Darwinism and stuff like that, the creation, through struggle, it became more advanced and more advanced. All right, Matt. Thank you for coming, but absolutely, I understand about the as humans evolve over time to adapt to these things, and I do believe we'll adapt, but there is some things holding us back because there's a lot of natural selection going on with many of the people that are falling away to social media and being brainwashed by technology and stuff like that. So I definitely think that humans will overcome it, but it will be difficult for some. So good night. I'm glad that you're able to enjoy the stream and be with us. All right. All right, so I want to mention something that Silver mentioned that I will bring up, and then I'll talk about a UFO story, then it'll be finished. All right, here we go. Asian Grenada. I have to go to the stage where I can't see the Shias. Catch y'all later, peeps. Thanks, Alien. Tons. Thank you. It was awesome having you participate in the show. All right. All right. So this is something I'm about to talk about. We'll talk more about this in other streams. And I've kind of done some research on this already. But this is something that the Silver brought up. So there was this, and could be a political type situation, and we're going to approach this with care, because it's a tedious situation to keep in mind about things, if things are necessary or not necessary. So here we go. So there was this. She mentioned something about, oh, hello, Five Cats. It is good to see you, Five Cats. I hope you and all of your kitties are doing good. And I enjoy your content. You have very beautiful cats and very beautiful kittens. We're getting quite a bit done today with the streaming. I've been streaming since it was daytime. All right. All right. So the United States invasion of Cuba, not Cuba, that's kind of a joke there because it's very similar to the invasion of Cuba. But, oh, hello, Duke. You'll think this is interesting. So, basically, the United States invasion of Grenada. All right. So, Silver is from Grenada, and she does not like the genocide that the United States government did in this situation. And that's understood. Loss of life is something we don't like to see. And so this will be approached with care. And also, it may be, there are probably political figures involved with this conversation. So we're going to do this. Here we go. So briefly, the United States invasion of Grenada. And the United States and the coalition of the Caribbean countries invaded a small island the nation of Grenada, 100 miles north of Venezuela. At dawn of 25 October 1983, codenamed Operation Ugrant Fury by the U.S. military, it resulted in a military occupation with a few days. It was triggered in strife with the People's Revolutionary Government, which led the House arrest and execution of the previous leader and second Prime Minister of Grenada, Maurice Bishop, and the establishment of the Revolutionary Military Council with Hudson Austin as chairman following the invasion, and was interim of the government appointed of the general election held in 1983. And, Venezuela, nothing to do with Grenada. People are standing in lines to get toilet paper, allegedly, and their country's really going downhill. So Venezuela is not in a good situation, and Cuba also is having some very bad problems economically, in my opinion. And something I read from, I don't know if it's still happening, but there were outages and certain things occurring. And hey, Miranda, yeah, I know, hilarious. All right. And so basically, with Cuba, for instance, there's a different economic problems. And I will say that out of all these countries, the United States is not perfect, and there are times where our country has gone into wars that last 20 years, and there is war of mass destruction. There's weapons of mass destruction over here, but there's actually nothing there. And then they invaded these different countries, but it really helped what's called the military-industrial complex get more money. And because, when you have a war, the economy goes up. And also in Afghanistan, and I do believe it's good to fight people that are doing terrorism or people that are doing something wrong to other people, but there are some other factors to take into consideration here, is that in Afghanistan, there was lots of opium. And also in Vietnam, there is lots of opium. Something just to put out there. And there is the British Empire. There is these wars in Indochina because of, you guessed it, opium. So that is something that makes money. So just keep all that in mind. And also, I think it would be good for all countries, which I've said this before on Law and Crime, as I wish every single country on this earth had trials the way our country does. And also in weed. Yes, weed, they had all kinds of stuff there. Probably coca leaves and all kinds of stuff as well. And, thanks, Duke, for throwing it in there. So, then you have, I want every single country to have trials. And I want every single country to be free and have a republic, their people to have elections. And good night, Sharon. Thank you for coming. And to have a republic. People have a problem with democratic or republic. Is it a democracy or a republic? A democracy is a republic is a type of democracy. There's an umbrella called democracy, and a republic is a type of democracy. So I want each country to have a republic. And I personally am not a communist or a socialist, or I'm not calling these people that, but I'm saying, I'm not a fascist. I don't believe in radical imperialism where they're enslaving and oppressing people, nor do I believe in, a communist thing either. I believe in, how a free country should be. At the same time, I think that unnecessary violence is not good to do, and a lot of times they will, in the name of counter-terror, they will do all these other things that weren't necessary. Right. So that is something to take in consideration in this situation. And then we have that, and it's good to see what both sides of an argument are saying. And then you have this other part of it that says the invading forces consisted of the 1st Battalions in the U.S. Army and the 75th it looks like Ragnar, but Ranger Regiment, the 82 Airborne Division. It's late time for lunch for sure. Oh, you haven't eaten lunch yet? Scared. The elements of former Rapid Development Forces, U.S. Marines, U.S. Army Delta Forces, U.S. Navy SEALs, and small group of forces of the TACPs from the 1st TASS Shaw AFV forces, totaling of 7,600 troops. With Jamaican forces. Oh, hello, Alan. Good to see you, buddy. With Jamaican forces and troops of the regional security system invaded quickly, and they defeated the resistance after a low-altitude assault by the Rangers of the 82 Airborne of the Point Salines Airport of the islands of South End of the Marines helicopter. Amphibious landing at Pearls Airborne north end of Austin's military government was deposed. An anniversary council was designated by Sir Paul Scon, governor of General Grenada Administrator. The government until 1984 elections. And the belligerents. You had the United States and the Grenadian opposition. On the other hand, you had Grenada, Cuba, and the Soviet Union. And also another thing about Castro is that he was also involved with the resistance in Vietnam, in the North Vietnamese also. That's something I learned last year, I believe. It was something I didn't know, but yeah, he was involved with that as well. And as I said, I think that when we have a situation where there's a group of people, they live on an island or they live in some country, and some other group of people come in and take advantage of them, hypothetically, and exploit them. I think that just like how America broke away from England and was independent, I think that each country should have that. And I think we all want freedom in the same thing. Now, I will say that in some ways, America could have maybe become something that it was fighting against originally. Now, a lot of times these conflicts, Silver, occurred where they allege that they have problems with the spread of communism. That is something that America had a problem with. And as I said, a lot of the communistic countries did fail. It doesn't mean that Grenada was trying to do that necessarily, but they're just trying to have their independence. Same thing with, I think, Vietnam too. These people wanted independence from, say, imperial powers like France and stuff that may have been trying to take advantage of them. So as I said, I'm not necessarily calling them that, but that is basically the key. And then you have the United States coming in with other powers trying to maybe reestablish a system that may not be fair, hypothetically. But at the same time, the Americans' defense is where they wanted to stop the spread of communism. But as I said, though, it's a broad term because you could do other things along with that, sort of like counter-terror. You could do a lot of things with counter-terror. Like they could monitor their citizens. They could go attack a country that didn't have weapons of mass destruction in it, or go to Afghanistan for 20 years and not win anything. And right now, the Taliban is still there right now doing their thing. So, as I said, there's also maybe other factors why they do things, because there's a lot of money in war. Right. And any innocent people that were deleted in this, condolences for the losses, because, it's terrible when anything like that happens. And the invasion date of October 25 is now National Holiday of Grenada, called Thanksgiving Day, commemorating the freeing of the several political prisoners who were subsequently elected to office. A Truth of Reconciliation Commission was launched in 2000 to re-examine some of the controversies that tumultuous period in the 1980s. You see, they're admitting that there are controversies with this event. In particular, the commission made an unsuccessful attempt to locate the remains of Maurice Bishop's body, rest in peace, all right, which had been disposed of at Austin's order and never found. And, so that's something new I just learned. his remains were not found. And they are admitting, Silver, that there was controversies how they handled this. I had a can of chocolate frosting for dinner. That sounds very delicious, actually. You should share some with me. Us mothers work from home or in person and don't get paid the rest of the rest. Some dads do. Scared. All right. And look at this. You have, and I will say also for anybody, even people that disagree with a political philosophy, across the board, I think that it is a noble, brave thing to stand up for what you believe in. And say, like Fidel Castro even said that, for a cause that you believe in, you have to be willing to die for it. You have to believe in it that strongly. And I think that universally everybody could agree with that. And you could see here that I'm going to flip over to this page so y'all can see what I'm talking about. And that is the wrong window. I didn't know that was still open. It is this. All right, so you can see here you have this. This is the side. The left is where you have the people that were fighting in this thing, the leaders. All those people on the left. And then you have on the right, you have 3 people. So it's a very giant group of people against a smaller group of people. Now, in situations like this, there's something called guerrilla warfare, which is a way that Vietnam was fought. It was a way the Americans also got their independence from Britain. It is how the people of Cuba also had their revolution. Fidel Castro, he had a book about it. And Chairman Mao also had a book about it as well. And so they all wrote down their philosophies about how this works. So even if there's a smaller group of people, victory possibly could be can happen, possibly. All right, so continuing. At the time of the invasion drew criticism from many countries. At the time of the invasion drew criticism from many countries. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher privately disapproved of the mission, in part because she was not consulted in advance. So this is somebody that was a very amazing, in my opinion, a great prime minister. My family in England liked her, and she, as I said, she has nothing to do with a leftist or a right. Well, she wasn't a right, but she has nothing to do with a left ideology. Hypothetically, she condemned this type of action and was against it also. So globally, this was condemned. And I think it would be best if we could all not have any foreign wars. It's good for our country to not start foreign wars. That's what I think is the best thing. Now, if somebody invades the United States, that's different. But, going to somewhere in Timbuktu in the middle of nowhere that no one knows the name of it, it's not like Vietnam War. They forced the Americans, they drafted them, a lot of them, into the war. And then when they got back here, the soldiers were mistreated, allegedly, which a lot of people say in the chat that they were. I wasn't there, but they were. But those soldiers were not necessarily, they didn't want to go. They were forced by the government to do it. So it's those rich politicians that made tons of money off of it, and those companies. Those are the people that really benefited from this. They're like pawns in a chessboard. All right, so Margaret Thatcher privately disapproved and was not consulted in advance and was given very short notice of military operation. But in public, she supported it. But in private, she condemned it. The United Nations General Assembly condemned it as a flagrant violation of the international law on 2 November 1983 by a vote of 108 to 9. So the United Nations condemned it also. As I said, nations from different political spectrums. Yes, Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady. Yes. My family that's, in England really likes her. And, yes. And people from across the political spectrum, people of different countries condemn this action. And the invasion exposed communication and coordination problems between the different branches of the U.S. military. Well, I will say this. In Vietnam, you had the same problem. I wasn't there. I talk like I was from there, but I was not in that war. I was not born yet. Actually, the person that lived in this house before me was drafted into it. But he was a medic, and he lived. But yeah, he was a person that lived here was drafted in it. The invasion exposed communication and coordination problems between the different branches of the U.S. military. They always had communication problems. The right arm doesn't know what the left arm's doing. When operating together as joint force, this triggered post-action investigations, resulting in sweeping operational charges in the form of Goldwater Nicholas Department of Defense Recognition Act. Hilarious, Alan. Speaking of that, I'm seeing more videos where they ignore the people who are standing and starting things. It's great. We all got to mass ignore people. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, hilarious. Arms control. I was in the miners' strike marching, or a fan of Thatcher. All right. You're not a fan of Thatcher. Okay, understood. Okay. And as I said, this place, you're going to have people of different religions and different political views in one place. So it makes things very interesting. All right. And also, you have. Read this little excerpt here. In 1974, Sir Eric Gary led Grenada independence from the United Kingdom. But his term office was marred by civil unrest, although Grenada United Labour Party claimed victory in the general election in 1976. The opposition did not accept the results as legitimate. During the tenure, many Grenadians believed Gairy was personally responsible for the economic decline of the island and accused him of corruption. Same thing like in America. We have the same thing here. You know, stuff's going on like that here. Exact same, similar things. But you see, Silver, in this country, people have their, Netflix, and they have the, their, people are, wondering these different things. They're focused on TikTok. But you see the Grenadians, they had nothing to lose and to fight for their independence. And they, took action. Accused him of corruption. The civil unrest took the form of street violence between Gary's private militia and the Mongoose gang. The militia organized the Communist New Jewel Movement, NJ Party. And, so the island's going downhill and the people are having problems. And Alan says, I'm from Kentucky. You really want to talk to me about coal miners? Coal miners? Are we talking about miners or some other minerals? Oh, I'm talking about the United States invasion of Grenada. And you have 5 cats that's a coal miner. And, we'll have people. Gary was very corrupt. Okay, understood. Yeah, because it's, dictators free themselves, but they enslave their people. That's what they do. So yeah, corruption is not allowed. And as I said, even if something is not the way of the Americans, I think any people liberating themselves is a good thing. It's a good thing to liberate themselves, because what are they supposed to do? Just sit there in chains? I understand. People have to have their freedom, of course. And on 13, the people believe he sold out Morris Bishop. Okay. Yeah, I definitely believe that. Certainly from my observation of this, I think that certainly that occurred, and because he was a threat to the establishment that was there. And 5 Cats says the 1984 strike. All right, understood. On March 13, 1978, while Gary was temporarily out of the country, Maurice Bishop, MJM, seized power in nearly bloodless coup. He established a People's Revolutionary Government, suspended the Constitution and detained several political prisoners. Bishop was a forceful speaker who introduced Marxist ideology to Grenadians while also appealing to the black Americans during the 70s heyday of the Black Panther movement. After seizing power, Bishop attempted to implement the first Marxist Leninist nation in the British Commonwealth to lend itself appearance of constitutional legitimacy. The new administration continued to recognize Queen Elizabeth II as Queen of Grenada and Sir Paul Scone as the viceroyal representative. And shout out liberation, right? Right on. Yeah. So basically, and also, Silver. I remember before I knew you, and like a couple years ago, there was memes about this island because it was communism and imperialism from England at the same time because they had the Queen of England and they had this at the same time, and you have like Stalin with like lightning eyes and the Queen with lightning eyes. It's like this island, both ideologies coexisted, and as I said, I think just said people, whatever they were taught or they were that was a way of freedom or to resist what was happening. That's what they went with, and also I think that these the Americans' perspective they claim is that they want to stop communism, and then these other group of people don't want to be in a corrupted government. And even if someone were to do something wrong, to do nothing is the worst thing they could do because people could still be oppressed for generations and generations. For instance, like North Korea, the people there are oppressed all the time, forever, and so I think that it's better to, like what George Washington said, to give him liberty or give him death. So as I said, if the people were able to have a system that worked where both things coexisted and people were free, I think that's fine. But as I said, we have a situation here where they brought the cavalry and they went and had a big war over here. You see, and then they'll go and I don't want my gummies in troop water from the 60s. Scared. Yeah, so that is basically the situation, and they still acknowledge the Queen of England, and they still had that there because, as I said, I think it's a way of diplomacy. But you have the United States come in and the cavalry come in, and just like all the other countries that had some they did throughout time. So yeah, and we have Bishop Guberman began constructing the Pont Salines International Airport with the help of the United Kingdom of Cuba, Libya, and Algeria, and other nations. The British government proposed the airport in 1954 when Grenada was still a British colony. Canadians designed it, the British government underwrote it, and a London firm built it. The U.S. government accused Grenada of constructing facilities to aid Soviet Cuba. You see, Silver, it's similar to weapons of mass destruction, and they have to go in and take care of it. But as I said, they come up with something, but they mean something else. The military buildup in the Caribbean accusations was based on the fact that the new airport's 9,000-foot 2,700 runway would be able to accommodate the largest Soviet aircraft, such as the AN-12, the AN-22, and the AN-124. Such facilities, according to the U.S., would enhance the Soviet-Cuban transportation of weapons to Central America. Insurgents expand the Soviet regime regional influence. Bishop government claimed that the airport was built to handle commercial aircraft carrying tourists, pointing out that such jets would not land in the Pearls Airport within 5,200 runway. The island north of the Pearls could not explain because its runway attributed to mountain on the ocean of the other. So that is a little backstory about it. And then Morris Bishop, let's look at him. Is this? We'll put up. He's a different dude. He's this guy. All right. He was assassinated October 19, 1983. And what happened to Maurice Bishop? Bishop headed the People's Revolutionary Government of Grenada from 1979 to 1983. In October 1983, he was disposed as Prime Minister and executed during a coup engineered by Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Couillard. This quickly led to the demise of the PRG. Yeah, scared. All right. And then we'll go here. Read a little bit about this gentleman right here. All right. Maurice Bishop was a Grenadian revolutionary, leader in New Jewel Movement, NJM, Marxist-Leninist party that sought to prioritize socio-economic development, education, and black liberation. The NJM came to power during the 13 March 1979 revolution, which removed Prime Minister Eric Gary from office. Bishop headed the People's Revolutionary Government 1979 to 1983. The October 1983, he was deposed as Prime Minister and executed during a coup engineering by Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Couillard. This quickly led to the demise of the PRG. Yeah, Miranda, my mom does that. Yeah, very good advice under a rocket. Maurice was born in 29 May 1944, the island of Aruba, then colony of the Netherlands, part of the territory of Curaçao. I probably pronounced it wrong. His parents, Rupert and Almenta Bishop, came from the northeast of Grenada, where Rupert earned only 5 British pence per day. At the end of 1930, improve his financial position. Rupert moved with his wife, Almenta, to Aruba and took work at the oil refinery. Until the age of 6, Maurice was raised in Aruba with the older sisters Anne and Maureen. 1950, his father took them back to Grenada and opened a small retail shop in the capital. St. George Maurice was sent to study the Wesleyan Elementary School, but after a year, Maurice was transferred to the Roman Catholic St. George Primary School and High School. Maurice was already quite tall at the age of 9 and was teased because of his height, made him look older. As the only son, Maurice was pushed hard by his father to excel. And, Chairman Mao had a father that was a little bit difficult. And some of these leaders will have difficult fathers. That's a study I saw. Recruit demand perfect grades from Maurice, not 95, but 100% when the family purchased a vehicle, a car specifically. His mother expected him to walk to school like the others. All right, something about his early life. He was educated in England. They have a bloody Sunday. All right. On 18 November 1973, Bishop and other leaders were driving New Jewel movement were driving in 2 cars from St. George's Greenville, where they were to meet with the businessmen and the city police officer under assassin assistant chief constable Innocent Belmar overtook Bishop's motorcade. 9 people, including Bishop, were captured, arrested, and beaten almost to the point of deletion by Belmar's police aides and paramilitary mongoose gang. In prison, they arrested men, shaved their beards, revealing Bishop's broken jaw. 18 November 1973 became known as Grenada Bloody Sunday. And there's a Bloody Monday, too. Yeah, Miranda, you like the tomato pie? Yeah, that's very delicious. Yeah. I'm glad that you are listening. Thank you. And y'all's conversation is very interesting about the bags and and the bags and freezing things. Also, I'm glancing at chat too. Bloody Monday. Bishop joined a mass demonstration against Prime Minister Gary on 1974. A Bishop's group returned to Otway House. They were pelted with stones and bottles by Gary's secretary or security forces, who also used tear gas. Oh, hello, Mary. All right, Mary. So we were talking about some different things with the trials, and we talked about robots and things like that. Now we're talking about the invasion of Grenada. Silver is from there, and the also this political leader activist that was assassinated back in the 80s. And after this, I'll talk about a UFO thing, and that'll be it. So, Mary Toodles, it's amazing. It's fantastic to see you. Shout out to you. I hope that the cats and the possums are all doing well. Miranda says, okay, that sounds super good. Not the Bloody Sunday, the beer bread. Ah, yes. Yes. Yeah, Roblox. Yeah, that was a good game. Security forces who also used tear gas. Maurice's father, Rupert, was leading several women and children away from the danger when he was shot in the back and deleted at the door of Ottaway House. The perpetrators were members of the Mongoose Gang who took orders from Gary and carried out the campaigns of terror against the New Jewel movement and against Bishop and family. Particular, in 21 January 1974 became known as Grenada as Bloody Monday. After a traumatizing event, Bishop said, we, the NJM, realized we were unable to lead the working class since the party had no influence in the city workers. Unions are among the rural folks loyal to Gary. With his colleagues, Bishop developed a new strategy, shifting the focus on propaganda, mobilizing the anti-government demonstration toward the organization of party groups and cells. As I said, guerrilla warfare. It's this type of, rather than facing something head on, a larger force, you could go and say they're uphill, you could get them to come downhill and fight you, and spread them out, and stuff like that. All right, Lauren. Hello there. All right, so Independence Day on 6th of February 1974, the day before the proclamation of the independent state of Grenada, Bishop was arrested on charges of plotting an armed anti-government conspiracy. He was taken to Fort George prison. Police said that while searching his house, they found weapons, ammunition, equipment, uniforms, along with plan to assassinate, allegedly, Eric Gary in a nightclub, and the scheme for setting up guerrilla camps. As I just said, that's a tactic that could be used in warfare. 2 days later, Bishop was released on $125 bail and fled briefly to North America. On 29 March 1974, A good night under a rocket. Peace. He was in Guyana participating in a meeting of Regional Steering Committee of the Pan-African Congress. He also continued his law practice. In October 1974, he defended Desmond Ross Kabila and Roy Manchin, who were accused of murdering an American tourist. Well, that's great to hear, Miranda. I'm glad to hear that. All right, so this is a quote. Oh, thank you, Lauren. Thank you. I go through different cycles of facial hair. Right now it's a goatee, and eventually I'll have the clean shaven face, and then I'll have the beard again. I'll just go through different cycles. But thank you. I'm glad that you like the beard. I mean, I'm glad you like the mustache. I meant. Thank you. All right. So Bishop has been quoted at length in Dynamics of Democracy. All right. So there are those who believe that you cannot have democracy unless there is a situation where every 5 years people are allowed to put X next to someone's candidate's name, and they return to being non-people without the right to say anything to their government. And the same thing like with the United States, like for a long time, there are these wars that would happen. You would have like these crony politicians that you vote for one, but it's the same thing as the other one. And then it's kind of like you flip a coin and you got the same person's head on each side. So yeah, definitely. A very good point. Right to say anything, their government. Without any right to be involved with running their country, elections could be important, but for us, the question is timing. We would much rather see elections come when the economy is more stable, when the revolution is more consolidated, when more people have, in fact, benefits brought to them, when more people are literate. It's important to have people that know how to read and write. I agree with that. The right of freedom of expression can really only be relevant if people are not too hungry or tired to be able to express themselves. For instance, say, a way in the art of war, say, in the Chinese warfare, a way is to starve your enemy and to deplete them of their supplies. And that's the whole point, that they may have wanted to starve Grenada into submission and to make them illiterate to the point where they can't really do anything to fight back. That's what war tactics. So it looks like some thing was trying to get them to be subjugated by something, it seems. It can only be relevant if appropriate grassroots mechanisms rooted in the people exist through which the people can effectively participate. We talk about the human rights that the majority has never been able to enjoy: a job, to decent housing, a good meal. These human rights have been human rights for a small minority over years in the Caribbean, and the time has come for the majority of the people to begin to receive those human rights for the first time. Right, that's what he was saying. And also, his role as prime minister, Bishop traveled abroad to cultivate relations to inform the world about Grenada Revolution. In August 1983, he delivered a speech to an enthusiastic audience in Hunter College, Brooklyn, New York. He defended his country's revolution, comparing it to the American Revolution, like I said, without even knowing about this, like I said, and the Emancipation Proclamation, and then spoke of the continued economic subservience developing world to overthrow the Salvador Allende's government of Chile. And the brutal contra interventions of the Sandinistas. That's a word, okay. Sandinistas. A U.S. state Department report, the Time expressed concern with the bishop and the NJM. The Revolution of Grenada, it said, was in some ways even worse than the Cuban Revolution. They allegedly claim that it had rocked the region a quarter of a century earlier. The vast majority of Grenadans were black, and therefore their struggle could resonate with 30 million black Americans, and Grenadian revolutionary leaders spoke English, and so could the communication their message with ease of the American audiences. And as I said before, is that I believe what he wanted to do was most likely like a independence, like the American Revolution did. So, but as I told you, the government likes to, as they say, Uncle Sam knows best, as they say. But is that true or not? It's very disputable. Very disputable. And arrest and execution. In September 1983, simmering tensions with the PRG and leadership reaching a boiling point, a fraction within the party led by Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Collard tried to make Bishop either step down or agree the power-sharing agreement. Bishop considered the matter for a couple of weeks, but ultimately rejected proposal. In response, the Collard faction, in conjunction with the Para, placed Bishop under the house arrest. On 13 October, large public demonstrations gathered to demand Bishop's release and the return to power. Protesters numbered as high as 30,000 on an island of 100,000 people. 30,000 people. Wow. Oh, that's awesome. Your son's middle name is Alan. My middle name, by the way, is Christoph. Oh, the new update of the new phase, the moon phase emoji. Scared. All right. So 30,000 on an island of 100,000 people. The even sum of Bishop's guards joined the protest despite the sizable support. Bishop knew the termination of Collard faction. He confined to a journalist, "I am a dead man." On October 19, a crowd of protesters managed to free Bishop from house arrest. He made his way first by truck, then by car, to Army headquarters at Fort Rupert, known today as Fort George, which he and his supporters were able to seize control of it. At the point, Collard dispatched military forces from Fort Frederick retake Fort Rupert. Bishop and 7 others, including the cabinet ministries, aids the capture of 4 men of the PRA firing squad, executed Bishop and the others by machine gunning them in the Fort Rupert courtyard. After he was deleted, a gunman slit his throat and cut off his fingers to steal his ring. It's like he's already deleted. Why you gotta shove it in there, you know. And they also wanted his ring. You say they wanted the value that he had on him. The bodies were transported to a military camp in Peninsula and Calvigny and partially burned in a pit located. Their remains are still unknown. Partially as a result of Bishop's murder, Organization of East Caribbean States and the nations of Barbados, Jamaica, upheld to the United States for assistance, and did Sir Paul Scoon, governor of General Grenada. Within days, President Ronald Reagan launched a U.S.-led invasion to overthrow PRG. All right, so that is the history about this revolutionary person in Maurice Bishop in Grenada. All right, we did that. Very good job, chat. Okay, Alan, me and you drink, so we're more honest than everyone else. I'm going to tell you, you are never mean when you are debating people. You are very sweet. You're very sweet. Steve, matter of fact, and I. That is why we get along. We also talked on another chat. All right, so UFO sighting, and that's it. I'll do this real quick. All right. Okay, so Miranda says we're a little sarcastic. Oh yeah, we're all sarcastic here. Absolutely. You're in the right place, Miranda. Scared. Yeah, they call them UAPs these days. 99 views. This stream got 99 views. That's awesome. All right. Shout out to everybody that viewed it. Let's see how long I've been doing this. 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, shout out to Duke. This is a UFO incident that happened. The Aurora, Texas incident reportedly occurred on April 17, 1897, when, according to locals, UFO crashed on a farm near Aurora, Texas. The incident similar to more famous Roswell UFO incident. Yeah. Scared. When, according to the locals, a UFO crashed on a farm near Aurora, Texas, the incident, similar to the more famous Roswell UFO incident 50 years later, is claimed to have resulted in a fatality of the pilot. The pilot was not of this world and was said to be an alien. Scared. Ah, Liberty. I summoned you here. Great to see you. Aurora. Thank you, Duke. Oh, hello, Game Catches Up. Oh, I'm glad to see you here, buddy. All right, shout out to Game Catches Up. He has a cool channel where he paints, he makes 3D models of different action figures and different characters and stuff, and he paints them and he talks about different stuff. And he gives me shout outs on his streams, and so shout out to him too. Thank you, sir, for telling me hello. All right, Miranda says, wow, yay. Thanks, everyone, for being here. This is one of the best group chats on YouTube. Open discussion. Welcome. Yeah. So, Liberty, I'm so glad to see you here. Synchronicity in its Aurora, Texas. Thank you, Duke, for pronunciations. Because I'll have Timu pronunciations. All right. You're welcome, Game Catches Up. You're awesome. All right, so the Aurora, Texas UFO incident reportedly occurred on April 17, 1987, when, according to locals, a UFO crashed on a farm near Aurora, Texas. The incident similar in 1897. The incident, similar to the famous Roswell UFO incident 50 years later, is claimed to have resulted in a fatality of the pilot. The pilot was not of this world and was said to be an alien. The pilot was buried in Aurora Cemetery. A stone was placed as a marker for the grave, but has since been removed. And Five Cat says, I got a Timu-sized bucket delivery yesterday. It's teeny. Scared. Our boy Alien Spaceship is beyond cosmic. He's smart, cute, and knows what he's talking about. Alan, thank you so much. Thank you for, I always appreciate your very sweet compliments to me. I really appreciate it very much. Duke says he's been to Aurora, Texas. Scared. Liberty says, I've been to the graveyard where the little alien was originally buried. What? Wow, that's so cool. And for you to come here at the right time is amazing. On April 19, 1897, an article in the Dallas Morning News written by S.C. Haydon described the UFO crash. The UFO is said to have hit a windmill on the property of Judge J.S. Proctor. Oh my goodness. I was talking about a Proctor and something else. Wow. Synchronicity. Another Proctor. 2 days earlier, at around 6 a.m. local Central Time, resulting its crash, the pilot, who was reported to be not of this world and speculated to be native of Mars, according to the reported Army Signal Service officer claimed T.J. Weems from the nearby Fort Worth, did not survive the crash and was buried with Christian rites at the nearby Aurora Cemetery. The cemetery contains a Texas Historical Commission marker mentioning the incident. Goody Proctor's uncle. It's right down the road from my house. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Liberty, wow. Miranda says, oh gosh, no freaking way. Please tell us how it went. OMG, horrified of aliens. Definitely. No way, girl. Does it give you vibes of feeling a regular cemetery, perhaps? Man, I sound like a mouthful. Yeah, Proctor, Alan. Your grandmother was alive when it happened. Whoa, chat, this is crazy. So I go through a Wikipedia article and click a random spot, a random UFO sighting. Liberty comes in, and it's right by. Wow, these things is why there is a sign from heaven. The possibility of that happening is so unlikely. A synchronicity event like that. So that's pretty cool. Oh, Alan, good night to you, sir. You're welcome, Alan. I'm glad to do it. Dr. Proctor. Yeah, Liberty, did the grave go off any creepy vibes to it, or did it feel different than another cemetery? I would be interested to know if you were thinking of that. Like, what it was like being there. Reportedly, wreckage from the crash site was dumped into a nearby well located under the damaged windmill. Some ended up with the alien grave. According to the mystery, was the story of Mr. Brawley Otis, who purchased Judge Proctor's property around 1935. Otis cleaned out the debris from the well in the order to use a water source, but later developed an extremely severe case of arthritis, which he claimed to be a result of contaminated water from the wreckage, probably radiation. Dumped the well as a result. Otis sealed up well with a concrete slab and placed an outbuilding atop slab. According to the witness on the slab, this was done in 1945. Liberty says it feels like a regular cemetery, but there was a documentary about it talking about being radioactive or something. Understood. It's not marked in the same, and some say they moved the body now. Okay, Liberty, thank you. OMG, I saw a video of someone going there, and it scared me, TBH. OMG, I'm glad it feels normal. Right on. Duke says that old man's hands messing with that well. Exactly. Hello, Liza Jean. Well, it's great to see you here. Greetings from Lost Canada. You've been going for a while. Thank you. Always glad to see you, Liza Jean. All right, I'm gonna show you all. This is the part of Texas. It doesn't show the part of Texas. So what we're gonna have to do is we have to show it like this. You see, there's a little dot. You can't really see it, but there's a little dot where Texas is in the north part. That's where this situation took place. That was so cool. The camera looked like it was from earlier, from the morning, and then it made it night. That was so cool. Scared. All right, hoax theory. The hoax theory is primarily based on 1980 magazine interview with Etta Pugas, an 86-year-old Aurora resident who claimed that Hayden had fabricated the entire story. She stated that Hayden wrote it as a joke and interest the Aurora. Which, as I said, I believe this is a real alien sighting. The railroad bypassed us and the town was dying. Pangus further claimed that Judge Proctor never operated windmills and further claimed that the property. A statement later refuted as UFO Hunters episode, which found base of a wooden water pump lower constructed around the well. Paranormal researcher Jerry Drake on April 12, 2020, episode of the Monster Talk live podcast challenged that finding, noted that it was clearly a bucket well of modern construction, estimated from 1940, and not a well designed within the windmill. Investigation. All right. Yes. Yes, Liberty. I see it. Thank you. The incident has been investigated on numerous occasions. One report broadcast local television station, and others reported air television. In 1998, the year that I was born, Dallas-based TV station KDFW aired a lengthy report about Aurora incident. Reporter Richard Ray interviewed former Fort Worth Star-Telegram reporter Jim Mars that the locals who said something crashed in Aurora. However, Ray's report was unable to find conclusive evidence of extraterrestrial life or technology. Ray reported the state of Texas erected historical plaque and town's outlines as a legend. All right, let's see the UFO investigation. In November 19, 2008, UFO Hunters first aired another television documentary. We're almost done, by the way. We're almost done. Regarding the Aurora incident titled First Contact. The documentary featured one notable change from the UFO Files story. Tim Otis, grandson Brawley Otis, and now owner of the property with the seal where the UFO wreckage was purportedly buried, along the investigators to unseal the well in order to examine it from possible debris. Water was taken from the well, which was tested normal, expected large amounts of aluminum present. The well had no significant contents. It was stated that that any large pieces of metal had been removed from the well by past owner of the property. Furthermore, remains of the windmill base were found near the well, allegedly refuted by Plagueis statements from the magazine. In addition, Aurora Cemetery was again examined, although the cemetery associated still did not permit the exhumation using ground-penetrating radar. The photos from the visit, unmarked graves, was found in an area near 1890s graves. I see chats tell me something. All right. Alien, I wish I could share with you all about my family history of this, but sadly, I don't know much and is confidential. Personally, I don't believe in aliens, but I bet I'm wrong in 20 after 2025. Only thing I can share is my cousin and I are Native Americans, also called indigenous people. They are seeing plenty of UFOs in deserts, but who knows if it's humans doing it or what. That's understandable, Miranda. And also, it's possible that the aliens are fallen angels. That's a possibility. And they might be something from, a fallen deception. Oh yeah, I've been there before, Liberty. That's where my friend used to go. Yeah, that's where my buddy went to. My friend that I talked about aliens with, he, yeah, he went there. Yeah. Thank you, Miranda, for sharing your information about a little bit about your family with the UFOs that you saw, if they're humans or not. Thank you, Miranda, for sharing it. All right, so this is the website that I want to show on the screen. Here we go. Oh, come on, come on. All right, it's this right here. Online since 1995. See, look, it says 1995. Yeah, so that's what she's talking about. There are many secrets hidden in the Arctic. Miranda says, I have mixed feelings and would believe that firstly and always felt the way about fallen angels. This group of angels called the Watchers. And they were sent here to watch us. Uh-oh. All right, we're going to fix that. Okay, it should be working now. All right, so basically, it might have kind of be tripping a little bit, but anyway. Yeah, there's something called the Watchers. And they're sent here to watch us, watch over us Earthlings. I'm an alien, but the Earthlings in general. And they fell and they went with Earth women and they created these hybrids called the Nephilim and different things like that, and different creatures as well. So it's not from the same group with Satan and his fallen angels. It's something that came later, and they appeared as gods and goddesses, and now they appear as these aliens. So the theory is that they come from another dimension. So the aliens are interdimensional. They're like that, and they're here to cause deception and turn people away from God. Exactly, exactly. And also, Miranda, I want to say that Aleister Crowley was this creepy occultist that's in a lot of the Illuminati conspiracy theories, and he summoned a demon, and it looks just like a gray alien. So there you go. And it was very robotic, and it just like was very creepy and didn't have emotion to it. I do believe there's aliens in other planets. I believe God created other beings in other planets. I do believe that. I believe we've probably been visited by them. But a lot of these aliens you see might be something else. So, yeah. But thank you, Miranda. I'm glad you shared that information about the what your family has seen. Not saw. I'm talking like a ignorant. You're welcome, Miranda. You're welcome. And we'll Aleister Crowley demon. All right, so Aleister Crowley described meeting with a pre-natural preternatural entity named Lam. So the gray alien was named Lam, and there's a meditation in Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever, that Lam is a meditation to achieve the orange chakra, if I'm recalling that correctly. Anyway, that was similar to appearance to a modern gray alien. Crowley believed he was contacting an entity through a process he called Amalathra workings, which he thought allowed humans to contact beings from outer space and across dimensions. Other occultists and UFOologists, many have retroactively linked Lam to later gray alien encounters, have since described their own visitations from him. He's described as being very cold, computer-like intelligence, utterly beyond human comprehension. So, see, he summoned a demon that looks this thing like a gray alien, and he was a satanic type occultist. He was. I don't want to talk about the evil things he did, but he was an evil occultist, and he did a lot of ritualistic stuff. And he learned a lot of the occultism comes from him. I learned pretty much everything about him, but as I said, he was twisted. He really was. Wow, wow, really, that's insane. By my experience, that would make sense, right? So I'm going to show Lam, the the being that he summoned. All right, this is Lam. Is there a way to? There's not no way to really do that. Okay, so basically we're going to put Lam right here. All right, there's Lam. I got the whole picture for y'all to see. All right, this is the fallen. This is the demon thing he summoned. It looks like a gray alien. Miranda said Crowley is a very popular with the Ghost Main, the rapper, during my party days. If you see the music, it's pretty evident that the alien aesthetic is some of what there, but mostly the devil. Ah, understood. You know, because my music obviously is alien spaceship sound effects, so I'm not against that. Type of music, of course. And some of the alien stuff could be pretty cool. Thank you, Liza Jean, for the link. And Miranda said Crowley is. And Miranda, I also listen to some music and stuff that, and stuff when I was a couple years younger that was kind of like what you're talking about. I know what you mean. I've listened to some pretty heavy metal bands that were, that weren't really the holiest group of people, would say. And also, like, kind of, there's some Viking type stuff and things. And also, I like rap too. I like rap too. But also, what you're talking about is this rapper during party days. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Miranda. A lot of that does have some the devil stuff mixed into it because it's part of the music industry to try to corrupt people's spirits. Right, definitely. So that is basically what they how these spiritual stuff works. All right, are they mammals? That is a good question. Oh, he names Crowley in his songs, like Ozzy. I didn't know that they were invoking him. I didn't know that. Well, thank you for explaining that to me. Scared. Yeah, Miranda, I know about some metal bands that were kind of like that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I didn't know about those groups that you're speaking of. Wrong window. Okay, I'll look up what's a definition of Now, you see, Liberty, the Greys didn't originate from Earth, so I don't think they're mammals. Now, also, though, some theories suggest that they did come from Earth, and they've been here the whole time. Like, the aliens were always here. I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. Alrighty. I bookmarked that. So, yes, but the aliens, they like the Greys, they like colder climates. It's a humanoid type creature. They don't evolve from, or they didn't come from Earth, but they may have came from Earth. So they might be Liberty because they are a type of, they're like humanoids. So they might be some type of mammal, in my opinion. They eat, very similar. Thank you, Duke. I'll certainly do that. All right, thank you. Yeah, so exactly. I've not, as I said, there's metal bands I listen to that talked about, directly about bad things, like the devil stuff. But this one, like they're like Scandinavian bands. I don't listen to them anymore. But I was always a Christian, but yeah, I understand what Miranda's talking about. I've never heard of artists talk about Alice Crowley though, but it's a news to me. Thanks, I didn't know that. But they invoke that stuff to cause a spiritual demonic reaction. I heard that Aleister Crowley was Barbara Bush's daddy. Scared. Scared. Anything's possible, I guess, but I don't know enough information about that. And I said I know a lot about Aleister Crowley. I studied him very thoroughly about his life and the different occult stuff, so I know quite a bit about him. And yeah, so that is like what they do. They're trying to invoke these demonic entities and this spirit stuff to they want to try to corrupt the people's spirits and their souls, and they want to try to bring about the satanic power to try to corrupt people's souls. And also, when music is very powerful, like you could hear something, and it could cause you to kind of think or be a certain way. It could kind of change you. So certain music could possibly have a bad influence over people. That was something they, theorized. Liberty, it may be true. It's possible. He passed away in 1947, so it could be possible. I think a lot of conspiracy theories are true. But in the end, God wins against the forces of darkness. Jesus wins against the forces of darkness. And also, speaking of the false gods, like for instance, Thor was the god of thunder, and that's something very prominent in like metal communities. And the hammer of Thor, and I have the necklace. I'm not a pagan or anything, but yes, there's the necklace of Thor, and it has a name, but it starts with an M. I don't remember at the top of my head. But yeah, so that is a symbol in like a Scandinavian like paganism. But thankfully, Christianity came and wiped that out. But God wins every time against these forces of darkness. No, Christ always wins. And the Mojir, or something it's called. Let's see, the Thor hammer. Hammer. I'll show you all exactly what I'm talking about. This thing right here. Yeah. And I'm going to show you all right here. I'm going to flip over the screen so y'all can see it. All right, that is like an idea of like what the Thor hammer. That's their symbol. A lot, and the Thor hammer name is probably not pronounceable. And also, Thor rides on these chariots, and they're run by goats. And he flies in the sky, similar to like a UFO. It's the same thing like a UFO flying in the sky. In Scripture, it talks about the chariots of fire. That was a UFO. When Elijah was picked up by chariots of fire and brought into the heavens, it was a UFO. I'm not saying Jesus was picked up by a UFO, but God had angels that were kind of like aliens that had that technology. Like when Jesus was zapped up to heaven, like Elijah was. Contrary to popular belief, George was not sold into slavery. She been on a play date all day and just now returned home. Shout out to George. Yeah, Thor's cool. Yes. So the Moj Lanier. This is what the name of the necklace is. Right. In the Norse mythology, the hammer of thunder god, the Thor, the symbol of his power forged by dwarves, the hammer never failed Thor. He used it as a weapon to crash down the heads of giants. Now, when and also Thor was apparently he had like a red beard, and my beard has red in it. When it's more fully, this is reddish. I don't know how well y'all could see it in the lighting, but yeah, so he had a red beard, contrary to what maybe some thought, but yeah, he had a red beard in mythology, and he flew around, and yeah, the mythology is very interesting. I'm very interested in the different mythologies of Europe and stuff, and I think that it's linked to the UFO phenomena that we see. I had a buddy years ago, we called him Thor. He was a real Thor, and quite the freak himself. Well, shout out to him. Shout out to him. Yeah, and yeah, I remember I got the Thor hammer back. I was in high school when I got it. I always was a Christian the whole time. I never was not a Christian. The whole time I was a Christian. But I like the different mythologies and stuff about it. Very cool. Liberty says, oh, my mood fossil university shows giant body parts all over the place. Yes, Liberty. Those giant body parts are from the Nephilim, from the fallen angel hybrids that were created. If they created them in a laboratory, if they made it with them, if it's telepathic, if it's Timu, yes, exactly, because of the fallen ones. Exactly. And the Vikings were all over the place. They raided the British Isles and the Mediterranean. They were all over the place, yes. That's very cool about your university. All right. All right. Also, that is... Oh, well, people gotta see me. I'm gonna look all orange looking, or pink looking. Nothing wrong being pink looking, but here we go. Brandon says, same about the Christian part. Also, I watched a dude drink or chug out the Thor hammer. It's a battle sludge. A bad land sludge shugs. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think that, it's a very, it's a cool symbol. It's a very cool hammer. and it can be seen in different things, in different ways. And thanks, Miranda, for sharing that. So yeah, and also there is something from Odin. He was the other god, like the chief god, and he has like these triangles like linked together, and he has one eye. I liked the Viking series growing up. That was pretty cool to watch. Yeah, so I said I think all that's like linked together is very interesting conversations. Badlands chugs. Sorry, he's a dude on YouTube who chugs drinks. It's awesome. Ah, he sounds pretty cool because my last name's Schmidt, and she's saying shugs because I'm reading it as like a German word. I'm like some kind of weird German word, but okay. Badlands chugs. You see, Miranda has a patience of a saint to deal with a Timu alien like me. So thank you, Miranda, for your angelic patience. Badlands chugs. It sounds like a cool channel. I'll check it out. Definitely. Scared. Now, I'll tell you, Miranda, there is a certain horn that they drink out of. There's this horn that the Vikings drink out of, that people kind of drink out of for recreational uses. All right. So, I'll help everybody. We're going to get there. I guess I had to go to that place to get to this one, and here we are. Okay. Viking horn. Viking horn. Okay, so this is something similar to what you're talking about. This is a. Let's see. These are like Viking horns people drink out of, and also mead. Mead is a drink that is alcoholic honey, and I've drinking mead before. I've drunk mead before, if I'm saying it right. And they sold it was from California. They sold it at I think it's Robert's I was at. And yeah, they sold the mead. So I've drank mead before. It's very cool. But those are examples of the horns people could drink out of. Right on, Miranda. Right on. So you got that. So that's like what they drink out of. Ale from curved horns. That's another one. The mead, yeah. So mead's a medieval drink also. And ale is something they drink out of that. They drink out of that. Like ale from curved horns. That was something that they had. Also. Kind of like beer. It's interesting to see how the different cultures did different stuff. There's a giant lake mead. Oh, awesome. Awesome. I think I've heard of that before. Yeah, I'm seeing it. We're going to show the chat what I'm looking at. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, we're going to go. We're almost done. We'll be done in a moment. Okay, go into the other window. And an alien's blocking the... Okay, let's take alien out of the picture for a second. All right, this is Lake Mead. A very cool lake. Scared. And also, Five Cats says the monks from Lindsfarne in my county, in Northumberland, make mead where the Vikings first invaded. That's very cool. And Five Cats, I'm related to Northumbria. a couple of my ancestors were from there. You know, where the Vikings raided. Yeah. So that's very cool that they're still making mead. A lot of bodies were found. Well, I'm not surprised. Scared. Whoa. 110 views. Well, thanks everybody. Alrighty. Ah, Mafia. Yeah, I figured. Scared. Ah, they're finding this. Scared. Scared. Wow, they found that in the lake. All right. And as I said before, we're about to be ending the stream. Just let everybody know. And I have to do some things with Mary Toodles. You know, just to give y'all a heads up about that. Just looking at this for a moment before we go. All right. And Landman series. Liberty, I don't know the Landman series, but I will look into that. It looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. That actor, I'm aware of that actor. I think, yeah. I think I've seen him in some things before. Steve says my dog had diarrhea and it made a mess in the fur, but oh, poor doggy. And then he put his head in the fur by his butt. Scared. It was a whole thing just now. Well, Steve, that's something that kind of, you know, you don't expect to see, but it happens, you know. So I think that, you know, sorry for your dog. Hope he feels better. Billy Bob Thornton, he was married to Angelina Jolie. Billy Bob, that what a name. No offense to people that have a name like that, but man, I thought that was a joke or something. All right, just shout out to Billy Bob. Looks pretty, you know, it's all right. Yeah, all right. Are we? Where are we at? Oh, all right. So we're gonna go, you know, put this back. All right, everybody. Well, all right. So I'm going to be ending the stream now because we're doing something with the family, you know, stuff. And I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here. All the people that pressed the like button, all the people that show you could have been anywhere but you stayed with me and chill with me here. The loyalty, appreciate it very much. As our channel grows and we're steadily going bigger and bigger, and my collection of people that I've known from all over YouTube brought to one place. So it's a dream come true. Yeah. All right. So yeah, later, y'all. Yeah. And Silver says, thank you for sharing the history of my island with the chat. I was still listening. I was cleaning meat and fish to put in my freezer. Oh, well, Silver, I'm glad that you liked the presentation. And, you know, to you too. And glad that you're cleaning the meat and fish, put in the freezer. Oh, okay. That's very cool that you're doing that. All right. Yeah. All right. So Duke says, thank you, Liberty. And good night. All be careful. Stay off the sidewalks, because that's where I drive. Oh, scared. All right. All right, everybody. And now we'll be going, and peace.